when the Crimson Tide come calling. Bama's Heisman quarterback, Bryce Young, gets his first taste of this tonight. He is well prepared and well rested off a bye week. His buddy from Pop Warner football leads LSU, Jaden Daniels, a dynamic, electric quarterback, a touchdown machine the last couple of games, arrives with surging confidence. Welcome to ESPN College Football Primetime, presented by Subway in this presentation of the SEC on ESPN. A top 10 matchup, the Crimson Tide and the LSU Tigers. Dr. Pepper Championship Drive, game of the week. And welcome, Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit. Holly Roy joins us from the field. First Saturday in November. Nick Saban's back in town. LSU, Alabama. There is a passion and a wildness to these matchups.
They're just certain games when the two uniforms get on the field together, it's just right, let alone when it's here in Death Valley at night with LSU and Alabama and Nick Saban on the opposing sideline. Let's go. I can't wait to watch it.
Whatever team wins has the driver's seats in the SEC West. In the East, Georgia has taken command. They heard all the hype about Tennessee. The Volunteers #1 of the rankings. Stetson Bennett was inspired. Look at him dive for the pylon to set the tone. Boom.
Yeah, he definitely sets the tone. Opening drive, has a little attitude. I guess people got to sell. They're calling him all night. He plays with an attitude to begin with. Next possession, he throws the football downfield. Georgia out early and up big.
Washington toe tap in the end zone. Georgia's defense, though, is the story. Diffusing a high-flying offense. Here's Keely Ringo, the hero of the championship game with that pick. Another one here.
Yeah, great job by the secondary matching up one-on-one. But really, like most SEC games, it was the line of scrimmage. Georgia at home just too physical at the line of scrimmage. Tennessee couldn't run the ball. Game was over.
So Georgia in command of the East. If Alabama can win this ball game, get another rematch between those teams in Atlanta. But the Tide haven't played that well on the road at Texas. You know, the loss at Tennessee. None of the players experienced this with the full house. You're here in the COVID year, but it was not the same.
And Alabama, I think, wants to go on the road and be able to put it together. You know, it's been a little bit of a theme over the last couple of years. They haven't played their best football. We'll find out how much they've improved in that area. And they're going to play a team that I think has improved greatly from where they were week one.
LSU has certainly improved. 39 scholarship players when Brian Kelly took over in year one. The jury was out, but they have had consecutive wins over the Gators and the Rebels. And they roll in tonight with belief. Alabama, LSU in Death Valley. Buckle up and enjoy.
We understand what's at stake, what our goals are.
And being able to end their college football playoff hopes, it'll be very intense.
Coaching matchup tonight, the two guys with the most active wins, all divisions in the sport. Holly Rowe with Brian Kelly.
Coach, you've accomplished a lot in college football, but this is your first LSU-Alabama game. How do you help your team maximize the energy and environment tonight?
Well, maintain it, by playing well. I mean, obviously, they've got to be able to keep this crowd in the game by playing well against a great football team.
You talked to me about slow start. How can you help your team? What have you done so they get out to a good start?
Yeah, I think, they got to just focus on the fundamentals. They kind of get ahead of themselves a little bit. And if I think they just focus on doing their job early on, we'll be fine.
Thank you, Coach. Have fun tonight.
They have not been locked in from the start. Time and again, they have fallen behind early. And Dayton Daniels, who's over from Arizona State, has been a perfect fit for this offense. And Kirk will get a chance to see his talents on display. Tigers get the football first as Saban won and deferred.
Nick Saban knows he's dealing with a quarterback in Jayden Daniels, who is a problem because of his mobility and the way he can create.
Will Riker to boot it away. Noah Kane, who came here from Penn State, back to receive it. He'll step up at the 7. Kane, part of the running back rotation, barrels out near the 30. Tonight's player spotlight brought to you by Royal Caribbean. 11 total touchdowns in the last 2 games. Can the Tide contain him as a runner? It's a big topic this week.
It really is. I mean, they're not going to be shy about getting him involved in the run game. He obviously is a big factor, and Alabama likes to play with 2 safeties back. Tonight, we're going to find out if they're going to have to commit a safety down, and once they do that, LSU is going to have to win one-on-one on the outside. Right now, they start with 2 deep.
Josh Williams, a former walk-on, has stepped into an important role as a running back, and he's got the first catch out of the backfield, but not much there. Tracking him down is Brian Branch, a short game.
He gets the ball out. You're going to see that tonight. How do you attack Alabama when you have 2, think about this, fans, 2 true freshman offensive tackles for LSU. The ball better get out fast against Will Anderson.
Have you ever seen that?
No, Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, ball better get out, you better run the quarterback.
Daniels on the edge. He couldn't get quite the block that he needed. DeMarco Helms forces him out and a quick 3rd down.
The Helms and these safeties have been schooled all week on the importance of keeping their eyes on number 5 and respecting the potential threat on early downs of him running the football. He was in perfect position there. Didn't bite down at all. Was able to push him out of bounds. Now we got our first 3rd down, which will be a big part of this game. Keep an eye on these tackles. How do they hold up?
4 receivers set to the right. Five-man rush. Daniels under pressure, gets it out. Catch made. Slung down right away as Malik Neighbors. Let's see the spot. It's near the marker. Kool-Aid McKinstry stopped him. The pressure from Toa. It's a first down.
Toa, I think, hits him late. Watch 10 coming around on a stunt. Turner goes underneath. He hits him and hits him hard late. The flag is down. So they're going to throw 15 yards on top of this and potential targeting with him lowering the head. We'll see what the replay shows when we get a little bit of a closer look.
Personal foul. Nothing to passes. Defense.
Toa, a Butkus semi-finalist. Welcome to Bama, Tennessee, Dayton Daniels. And Bill, what was your take on this as a targeting?
Looked to me like he came straight up. There was high contact, but I didn't see him dip. I didn't see any indicator of a thrust. But it's a good call for roughing the passer.
There's a move to protect quarterbacks in college football. You see it at different conferences. It's enforced differently, conference by conference. But this penalty sets up the Tigers at the Tide 46. We talked about the passion and the wildness of this rivalry. You see it in the first couple plays. Daniels on the move, outrunning Will Anderson. A flag is down as Daniels scoots out after an 8-yard gain, but this was in the holding zone. And Williamson in charge of this SEC crew tonight.
The true freshman, again, not the right tackle 50. To me, I think it was Will Campbell, the left tackle against Dallas Turner. That's the guard. There are a couple of holes up there.
Anthony Bradford. These dudes know they will have their hands full, and that's a major concern for Kelly. Kirk, how could he help out those freshman tackles?
Well, the way you help out is you run the football. You get the quarterback going, but there's 75 to your left. I see the hold on the far right. Once Turner gets by him, see 66 grab a hold of his jersey. There's another on the left, like 57. There are a lot of holds there across the board.
Ball back in Tiger territory in 1st and 20. Plow up the middle with Williams.
Just to finish that thought on how do you protect them in these obvious passing situations, it's got to be a combination of chipping, trying to help out, especially against Will Anderson, who'll be on the offenses normally on the right side. And then you've got to be able to move that launch point. You cannot sit back there. When you have a mobile quarterback who's comfortable throwing on the run, get him outside, and especially changing it up on 3rd downs.
John Emery, Tigers excited to have him back healthy, joining Daniels in the backfield. They faked it to him. And Jaden takes a shot downfield. It's out of bounds. No chance to make a play. Jermaine Jenkins covered by McKinstry.
Here's an example. You've got a running back, and the back helps here, and then you bring the tight end down, and he also is going to try to help out on Will Anderson. You see that right tackle? He comes down. Now you got 2 guys potentially to try to help on Will Anderson. There's your answer right there. It's a combination of different things like that. The right tackle that time, the freshman, completely out of the picture, and it was up to the running back there, Emery, and the big freshman tight end, Mason Taylor.
3rd and 15. Daniels gets it out quickly, and that's Neighbors going nowhere. Flying up to make the play was toe-a-toe, and it turns out that penalty will not cost the tie.
Yeah, the penalty of the holding call that brings him backwards, it gets behind the sticks, cost LSU. Look at the leverage on the football. Obviously a tough call on 3rd and long. They just got the ball out quickly because of that pressure. But you gotta love, you're an Alabama fan, love the position of those defensive backs, nowhere to go for that quick throw.
Jay Bramlett, who came over with Kelly from Notre Dame, package deal, is on the punt. He's a good punter, 3 years at Notre Dame, and he's up to a very solid start this season. Boots it up high, and sure lets it bounce into the end zone. So we'll see Bryce Young and this Bama offense in this cauldron of noise for the first time coming up tonight.
But it's gonna take some planning.
What do you need?
Make sure your money lives as long as you do. The younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and they're redshirting you?
It's just a standard work shirt.
Hey, way to stay humble, man.
Thank you, Reg.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Get ready. It's go big or go home.
Do you think, God, I really like this outfit? The world is watching.
I need all the heroes I can get.
Here we come.
It's time to do it.
He's really kind of doing it for me.
So many new things to protect in life. A little care helps to keep things alright. Nationwide is on your side.
How does Popeye's chicken sandwich get so crunchy, juicy, and tasty? We make everything with love. Make your taste buds dance for $4.49. We make the Popeye's Cajun turkey with love too. Order it while you still can.
Aw, I love to have one of my own someday.
Thanks. She's 9 months. Say hi.
Oh, I was talking about your USAA bumper sticker. I tried everything to get a membership.
Yeah, my dad served in the Marines. He passed the membership down to me. I'll pass it to her.
Wow. That's a lucky kid. Who's he?
It's Grunk.
Oh, yeah, I'm a special guy.
USAA, it's for the military community and their families.
It all started when we showed up in Austin waving a Wazoo flag. Then it kind of became an obsession. After 15 years, game day finally came to Washington State. Now we keep doing it because game day isn't just a day, it's a lifestyle.
I played Bryce when we were younger, in Little League Football, Pop Warner. Beat this team a couple times.
Never able to beat them. Back then when I used to play defense, the only person that's ever made me miss was Jada.
Being both kids from Southern California, we're boys, we're close.
And that's someone I have a lot of respect for.
Great to see the relationship. It's great. Bryce, don't worry. Daniel makes a lot of guys miss. From the 20. Bama's first play tonight. Young looking to throw over the middle, and he's got a man in the slot. And that's Ja'Cory Brooks, has become a serious weapon for this offense.
This gives you an idea how much respect they have for Latu, the tight end, how he works here. Watch the linebacker and watch how he moves and looks to the inside. His eyes right here actually open the slant right behind him.
Bama a bye week since a pretty sluggish offensive performance. The game we did in Tuscaloosa against State. Off the play action, puts it to Gibbs. And Gibbs is the top running back and the leading receiver on this offense. 2 weeks he's had a chance to throw the football, and he feels great tonight.
Yeah, he settles into the game so quickly, whether it's home or on the road, such poise. Great to see that video and talking about his relationship with Jake Daniels. But watch his eyes tonight and watch how he plays. When the pressure is the greatest, is usually where he's his calmest.
The throw again, patches the ball, and finally finds that man, Latu, the tight end, over the middle, and he's inside the 35.
Well, we saw Latu end up being a weapon, and they use him as a decoy. This time, watch the back coming out of the backfield. Gibbs, this time the linebacker bites on him, and there's the patience by Bryce Young to let Latu break free behind that. Great job both times of being patient, letting that linebacker clear out, and then making the throw.
Gibbs, first running play of the night, and the speedy transfer from Georgia Tech is loose, and he's down near the 15. Man, does he cut quickly.
He sure does. He's getting some great blocks up front. Seth McLaughlin up there at the center spot does a nice job of picking up a little bit of a kind of a slant from that LSU defensive line. He was not caught off by surprise at all. Did a nice job of clearing that and opening it up. And what acceleration upfield all year by Jahmyr Gibbs.
Tied very quickly in the red zone. Gibbs, string it out. He still makes something of the run. Still gets 4 yards.
I'm with you. I'm like, oh wow, they've got it pinned in. Nope. He looks like he's going to lose a few yards, and instead he gets positive yards there. LSU got penetration. It's exactly what you want to do on that slow developing play, is get into that backfield. And they had a couple different players. The leader of this defense, Baskerville, the linebacker was there. He cut right underneath it.
Jace McClellan spells Gibbs a tailback. Young directing traffic. It's Burt, and he moves closer in the slot. McClellan following some blockers, weaving his way and fighting down inside the 5. It'll be 1st and goal. Greg Penn stopped him.
Good job there, setting the edge. The right tackle, Latham, big tight end, Latu, who's known for his ability to catch the ball. But, man, he has become a complete player as an inline tight end. He also does a nice job. And then big Seth McLaughlin going around. Open that up. And Gibbs does not need a lot of room.
3 passes, then 3 runs. Balance and execution in this opening drive for the Tide.
Apologize, McClellan, not Gibbs.
And it's just deafening down there at the end of the stadium. But the Tide, look, as you said, keeping up the quarterback very calm so far.
Well, somebody's got to make a play. Why not the true freshman trying to get down in a hurry? Just anything you can do to help out. They think that Harold Perkins, as a true freshman, 40, has a chance to be the next super superstar for this program that Brian Kelly is building in this defense with Matt House as the defensive coordinator.
Tigers desperate to make a play and not fall behind yet again. Last 4 opponents have scored touchdowns in their opening drive. Young steps up from the pocket and delivers a late throw into the end zone. Bad decision, intercepted. Jared Bernard Converse. An enormous play in the opening minutes.
He's looking to go to the 2 initially. Watch his eyes look off to the right. He wants to go there. He's locked up. Then he creates. This is where he's so good. But eyes on the quarterback, a rare decision that you don't see from Bryce Young. Throwing behind his receiver, trying to make something happen early. The Tigers get the turnover and get the ball back.
This week is your chance to try any Subway footlong for free, like the Subway Series menu. Just buy any footlong in the app and get 1 free. Free monsters, free bosses, any footlong for free. This guy loves a great offer, so let's see some hustle.
There's anyone here who knows why they should not be joined in...
Short. He's short. He's so clearly short.
Girl, that's too much.
It's college football with AT&T 5G. It's never too much.
What's the score?
You're looking very handsome, Tyler. Very tall.
AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
Hey, Lexus, turn it up.
There's no place like the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
That's half the fun of a new house. Seeing what people left behind in the attic.
Well, saving on homeowners insurance with Geico's help is pretty fun, too.
Oh, it's a tiny dancer.
They left a ton of stuff up here.
Well, enjoy your house.
Nope. No, thank you.
Geico could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance.
Freezing cold, blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
Dish makes TV easy. Now with all of your favorite live TV and streaming apps, all in one place. All right, here we go. Discovery Plus. Dish, streaming and live TV all in one place.
ESPN College Football Primetime is presented by Subway. Try the all-new Subway Series menu. Your pick of 12 irresistible subs. And in part by Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Hey, back in LSU's backyard. Lost at home to LSU, and they paid him back in the Superdome. So off the turnover. The 3rd time this year, by the way, Kirk, that LSU's had a takeaway in the red zone.
Right. Let's go back and show you. This is a no-look pass. I mean, Baskerville's closing in. He cannot see his target. He actually changes his arm angle, goes around that blitz, makes the throw, and kind of hopes. And again, a rare pass behind the receiver where Bernard Converse comes up with that pick.
The best free-form player in college football at the quarterback position, but his improv skills got him in trouble. Now LSU Instead of falling behind instantly, a little pep in their step as Williams gets first down across the 30.
And I'll tell you why that's big. Is your offense makes a mistake on a holding call, you end up having to find Bama goes right down the field, potential hole down 7-0. And now you get a first down. The game's kind of settling down. Now you get a little tempo going if you're LSU.
Expect them to use some tactical tempo. They're not really a hell-bent tempo team.
Yeah. Bama over the years, you want to try to crank it on when you can. Certain spots.
Daniels keeps it, cuts up, drops down, and you see this suddenness, his ability to sort of maneuver in tight spaces.
Yeah, exactly right. He cut right underneath Dallas Turner. And again, all eyes are on him because of the respect they have and how much he's involved in their run game. But even there, it didn't look like he had much of anything. But as soon as he saw that he had this defense running sideways, he put that foot down, cut back behind them. He gets positive yards.
More running yards than any quarterback in the country this season, even though he's 19th in attempts, because he is consistently moving the chains. They swing it in the flats. Emery, who is spun down in a horse collar flag on the tackle by Dallas Turner.
Oh, yes.
Obvious call.
Obvious call. Dallas Turner trying to hustle to make the play. He's had to pull back there. Being aggressive, it cost him.
Second personal foul early in this time defense. Money's worth. Ooh.
Yeah. Emery's kind of been battling to try to get back from some injuries. Really a kind of one you pull aside there, Bill, for a clinic reel. Is that pretty obvious?
Yeah, that was a classic horse collar tackle. Exactly what the rule was made for. Causes injury to the legs.
Last time the Tigers were set up here, they had a holding penalty spoil the drive. Keep it on the ground, running into heavy traffic. Jaheim Oates, the true freshman tackle, stopped Emery.
Pete Golding, the defensive coordinator, making it pretty clear in these first couple of drives, they're attacking with their linebackers. Pete, of course, the defensive coordinator, he's bringing downhill pressure. He wants to try to put LSU, take this running game away, put them in obvious passing situations, and then attack those freshman offensive linemen on the edges. But they've got to try to take away the running game on the early downs.
Attack is a good word. That's a defense playing downhill.
Yep.
Daniels rolls, scans, nobody open, and he'll just be shoved out of bounds to the far sideline. And Toa. Third and long coming up. Play impact players when LSU's got the ball.
And I think LSU, look at Booty on the outside, who's really improved. I think he's been able to get his feet settled with this new system. And Malik Neighbors, number 8. They've got a lot of different guys they'd like to get the ball to. Of course, Will Anderson and Eli Ricks, the LSU Tiger, who is now playing corner. He emerged in the game you and I had, really his first start. People thought he would start right away after transfer from LSU, and it took him some time to work himself in the lineup. And now here he is going up against his former team.
Emotional life for him.
Oh, yeah.
Third and 11, they hit up the pocket. Daniels stands and delivers, but he was affected by the pressure and bounces the ball to Jenkins.
Boy, Josh Williams did his best job. He recognizes he's got a blitz. He's got to pick up for Brian Branch. He comes over to be able to help out. Watch this. Boom. Branch pushes him right into the backfield. And give Jaden Daniels credit. He saw those crimson jerseys flashing. You think he would pull out of there and run. Instead, he sat in there, just could not deliver an accurate throw. Again, on third down and long, Bama is coming after that offensive line.
One sack and a bunch of quarterback pressures already on Daniels by this Bama defense. Twice, LSU's gotten into Bama territory and stalled. And fair catch made at the 9-yard line by McKinstry. So Young, off the interception, goes back to work scoreless first quarter at Baton Rouge.
Knicks, Nets, and Lakers Clippers, Wednesday on ESPN.
What do you got there? Hospital bill for me? For $1,200?
Yeah.
Did you say Gap?
Yeah, he did. He's talking about expenses that health insurance doesn't cover.
That's why there's Aflac. It pays you money to help close that gap. Affleck, huh? Don't tell me he eye-stepping. He stole my move.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
Hi, I'm Capri, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. You can tell they actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce, marinated it. You're definitely getting a good grilled spicy sandwich.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. Then we took a hard left in East Africa. A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, like 2 times miles on every purchase.
The noise canceling. You're being too loud. Thank you.
Good choice.
My lucky number.
Earn 5 times miles on flights.
Enjoy your stay.
Going up?
And 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel. Plus, get access to over 1,300 airport lounges.
White wine, please.
And maybe see the one and only Taylor Swift. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Get a free Doritos Locos Tacos only on the app now by signing up for Taco Bell Rewards. And join our fans as they use Kyle Schwarber's World Series steal to run up the score on free tacos. Steal a base, steal a taco.
I got this mountain bike for only $11.
DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. This KitchenAid mixer sold for less than $26. This iPad sold for less than $43. And this PlayStation 5 sold for less than $1.
I want these Bluetooth headphones for $20.
I got these 3 suitcases for less than $40. And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Why do nearly 1 million businesses choose Stamps.com to mail and ship? Stamps.com is convenient. You get the services of the post office right on your computer. Stamps.com saves you money with great rates from USPS and UPS. Mail letters, ship packages, anytime, anywhere, for less. A lot less. Get our special TV offer, a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/try and get started today.
Great Paul Bryant called this the toughest place for visiting teams, and he almost never lost here with his Bama teams. Saban 12-4 against the Tigers at Alabama. Of course, won the championship here in 2003. You were here in 2008 when Saban came back. Game day was here. His first visit back here as Alabama's coach was at his head.
Wild. Very balanced attack in their opening drive before the interception from Bryce.
Good balanced offense all year long for Bama. The play action, wide, incomplete, trying to get out there to Brooks.
It was a good job of bringing pressure there and getting a hand on the ball. That tip there at the line of scrimmage, the pressure, that would have been a completion.
Raydell Williams in the backfield. Loudest part of the stadium. The students are right over the right shoulder of Bryce. Young has time, delivers right down the middle into traffic, diving to Corey Brooks. Couldn't come up with it.
Really good job here by the safety, and I think it affected the accuracy of this football. He's looking to get the ball to the left there to the tight end. He's double covered, and then that bracket comes off and flashes right in front of the eye. See that get 2 on the 2, and then he comes over and gets in the way of the throw that was intended on the crosser there. Looked like Burton coming across.
Deafening the 3rd and 10. Play clock at 3. Tigers drop back. There's a flag before the snap. You can crank up the speakers. You can practice against it. This is tough.
Everybody moved except the center didn't snap the ball.
Prior to the snap, timeout, LSU.
Oh. And bails out Alabama there. So they spend the timeout on defense on 3rd and long. Just talking about the crowd noise, and nobody has speakers louder in practice than Saban does. But this is really, as in college football, this end of this stadium at night is as tough as it gets.
Oh, you're right. Especially when they believe, and they're keep in mind what's at stake in this game. Alabama, of course, is everybody's focused on them after a loss at Knoxville. They're trying to get themselves back in position to get to Atlanta and potentially win the SEC in the playoff. Little old LSU that lost to Florida State in the opener, they righted the ship, and they still control their own destiny. They win tonight, boy, they are in a great position to get to an SEC championship. So a lot at stake for both these teams, and this home field, they understand that.
Amazing to think that LSU could be in the driver's seat in the division for the win tonight. They could even afford a loss in the conference game against Atlanta. They'd have the tiebreak. That's right. This time they show pressure on 3rd and long. But back out. Young steps up, has some grass, has a long way to go, and will be stopped just short of the marker. Good effort there, but great work combining with Baskerville and B.J. Ojolari.
Yeah, they are 6 different defensive backs on the field, but they're dropping. Watch 18 right here. He's dropping, but he also has eyes on Bryce Young because of this. Good job of leveraging, keeping him short, about a yard short of that first down marker. So good job sinking in zone, eyes on the threat of the athletic ability, and that time they kept him just short of the first down.
You drop as deep as he does, you got to run a long way to get to the marker. It was a heck of an effort. LSU may try to come after a punt. Their punt returns have been an adventure this year, not in a good way. Gregory Clayton just advanced, and that's what they want to do. They prefer a fair catch, but they don't want a muff. They've had plenty of those this year.
Oh, yeah. Chris, you and I, over the years, I think everybody's watched some of the notable dual-threat quarterbacks that have given this defense of Nick Saban's a threat. Tim Tebow, Cam Newton. Think about Nick Marshall, of course, Deshaun, Bo Nix, Hendon Hooker this year. Think back to Hugh Freeze had a few himself with Bo Wallace and Chad Kelly. And you can see what Jay Daniels is capable of doing with his ability to create not just the design QB run, it's when he starts to improvise that I think has the attention of the Bama defense tonight. Can he throw the ball well enough against the attack that he's facing and the coverage that he's facing tonight is the big question.
Really let it rip, Kirk. He's cautious by nature. Only one pick this year, but Kelly says that's not necessarily a good thing. He wants him to be riskier, calculated risk, but let it rip. There's a low throw here, caught by Malik Neighbors. It's a first down. McKinstry gave him a cushion.
And I think what you're saying is early in the year, especially, I think he's learning a new scheme. He's learning new receivers. A 2-year starter at Arizona State. Right here, he would have been late on this ball. This time he gets the ball out, has one hitch, ball gets out, and it gives Neighbors a chance to work himself back and still be beyond the sticks for that first down.
Short route so far, 6 completions for just 24 yards. Keeps it on the edge, and they did a great job. That's textbook. They strung it out, forced him back, and stopped him for a yard gain.
Yeah, it sure is. And watch in the background, you get motion here, and Branch goes with him. But I want you to keep your eyes on Branch, who I think is becoming the guy in this back end of this defense. So he's got to worry about the receiver. Who did he go in motion? But eyes on the quarterback the entire time to allow him to come off of the receiver, peel back, and make a play right near the line of scrimmage.
All those players have heard the narrative you talked about. Running quarterbacks always give you guys problems.
Oh, yeah. They're tired of hearing about it.
2nd and 9. Ball lofted downfield over the head of Neighbors. You see matchups on the edge tonight.
Oh, yeah. And with, again, that pressure you're going to face, it's an easy thing for the protection. Ball is out fast. He goes up in the air. A rare opportunity where you don't have a safety behind the corner to help out. So he took the one-on-one shot there on 2nd down at 10. It's hit or miss, and now you're facing a 3rd down and long.
Yeah, all the 3rd downs have been 3rd and uncomfortable for this Tigers offense so far. Daniels escapes pressure. Anderson chasing him down, and it's incomplete to Brian Thomas. Was he across the line when he threw it? Looked like he was.
Yeah, he's about looks like about a full yard.
Oh, Nick might have got bumped into. The headset needs some work on the sidelines.
But how about just keeping that play alive? Bill, you're looking for any body part at all to be behind the line, right?
He has to be 100% across the line.
Right, yeah.
Release point.
Pass behind the neutral zone. Beyond neutral zone. Number 5, the offense, 5-yard penalty on the foul.
Is his right
Russell
foot?
walks it down.
I've
Now
got him
fourth down.
still behind the line. Replay's buzzing right now. They're going to reverse this call.
Careful, coach. It was incomplete anyway, so it's fourth down.
Coach Saban right there.
McKinstry went into him, and Nick it shows some quick, so the headset didn't fare as well as the coach.
No, but he's got his game face on. He bounced up, ready to go. Glad he's okay.
He's got to be pleased, by the way, that his defensive backs have played so far tonight. That's the area, of course, where he spends his focus, practice.
You and I had them the next game after the Tennessee debacle for that secondary. And boy, did they look a lot better when they played against Mississippi State. Of course, they're reviewing whether or not he was across the line of scrimmage. Bill feels like he had maybe that right foot still behind the line. But that secondary really performed, I think, to their standards. The last time out, they had the bye week to get healthy, lock in on this scheme. You give Nick Saban 2 weeks to get ready, and Pete Golding, usually it's going to be a tough night for an
rivals. Then they trained together. Taylor Kelly is a quarterback guru. This was in May this year.
Yeah, and these quarterbacks, it's incredible, the rotational throwing, the amount of strength that is created, the torque from the ground up, where they get their hips and the core into these throws. You watch on Sunday, you watch on Saturdays, more specializing at this position, and it's a lot of fun to watch how quickly these guys can get the ball out of their hands.
Field position game early. That 55-yard punt by Bramlett sets Bama backed up at the 10 here. Again, in the loudest part of the stadium.
Here comes the boys.
Perkins hits Young after the throw. Heavy pressure by the true freshman. They've got Bryce out of rhythm here, unsettled.
Yeah, and I think Gibbs missed that. And you could see him coming on the hard count, and you could see that. Watch the running back miss his pressure. He showed it initially. Now Gibbs has got to get out of there quicker. He's got to be able to recognize that pre-snap, the threat, to be able to take care of his quarterback off that right edge.
Perkins, a Texan with a huge future, making a big contribution here in his first year of college football. Young has protection this time, goes down the sidelines, and that's Ja'Cory Brooks going up and making the catch.
Out of bounds.
Out of bounds, though.
Yeah, he caught that football, but he could not get his right leg or right foot down in time. Gutsy throw, backed up near his end zone, gets the ball out early. Good effort there to get it in, and Brooks makes a great catch. He holds on to it, but again, you can see in the replay, just not able to come down in bounds.
Young started 3 for 3, then threw the pick, and the last 4 have been incomplete.
Last third down and long, they showed pressure, got out of it, kept eyes on the quarterback after the scramble. Oh, movement up front. You said it. Loudest part of the stadium.
Loudest part of the planet. I mean,
that's great. Oh, that's a shame.
Holly, can you hear us down there? How are your eardrums doing?
Well, guys, this is one of the loudest places we've been all year. 108 decibels on that last play. Keep in mind, Bryce Young played here 2 years ago, but it was during COVID of 40,000 people. It's so loud. You can feel it in your bones right now, guys. This is the student section. Very impressive right now.
That's well put. Sound does vibrate through you. Snap it at 3 from the end zone. Young dodges pressure, just bounces the throw. B.J. Ojolari to get after the quarterback. This is a fired up defense right now.
But really good job by Perkins, who comes off the right edge. The defense is left. This is the true freshman. He forces him to have to get out, and then you'll see LSU bring around the defense and see him twist around, but it's 40 that ends up getting him out of there. And then Ojolari is able to apply that pressure. Got a little bit high and got away with it.
James Burnap, the Aussie, from deep in his end zone. Gets it away, but it's ugly. Low or high and short. It's going to get a favorable bounce. Clayton couldn't get up there and make the catch. And for the second time tonight, the failure to make a fair catch has cost them precious yards. So Matt Berry for an update.
Guys, good evening. Want to keep you updated on Clemson and Notre Dame. This is after Clemson's first possession. Prince Colley. We've got a blocked punt and a touchdown. Irish up early on the Tigers, 7-0 at home.
Well, the last time those teams collided, South Bend, it was a classic time win for the Fighting Irish. Clemson, obviously, with no margin for error as they chase a playoff spot.
Well, this first quarter, typical LSU Alabama game of field position, right? These special teams and hidden yards could be big.
Neighbors has blockers on the end around. So I close it down pretty quickly. I think it was going to result in more than a 6-yard game at first.
I'm with you. I think if he were a little more patient or would allow that convoy to just kind of set up the blocks, I think he could, at the very least, gotten a first down. I noticed they're changing up some of the play calling with Mike Denbrock here. Instead of just running the ball, comes in with an idea that, hey, they're going to attack us on early downs. We got to either throw the ball, play action, reverse, something to break the tendencies of running on early downs.
Tony Goodwin is the back. And they get to the left, and he does get the edge, makes a cut. And Goodwin, as a flag comes out late in the run, tackled at the Tide 42.
Could be a holding call.
Will be the second of the night here. A spot foul.
Holding offense, number 10.
That's Jere Jenkins, the receiver on the edge.
He's up against Kool-Aid McKinstry. Got his arms around him and just held on to him. Got his arms around him and just held on to him, wouldn't let go. And got his arms around him and just held on to him, wouldn't let go. And got his arms around him and just held on to him, wouldn't let go. And
it's from that where it took place. It's interesting. So, no score after one in Baton Rouge. You're watching ESPN College Football Primetime.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show them who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach! Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper, Impossible, or Bacon Whopper. I rule this day. Happy day. Have it your way. Take a look outside, it's a beautiful day.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
Shop and buy online with Jeep eShop. And now during the Jeep Black Friday sales event, get $1,000 bonus cash allowance, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
I'm the team mascot, and boy, am I running late. But I got lead in my foot and spirit in my fingers. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season.
So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Order slices and steaks and a 20-ounce Mountain Dew at Little Caesars and get 2 pizzas in 1. Dual double XP for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. That's a two-tastic two-phenomenon. Unlock dual double XP with a Call of Duty combo or Mountain Dew at Little Caesars. Pizza.
Back home for the holidays, wearing my favorite LL Bean flannel.
Yo!
That's Carol and Jim, and Uncle Fred, and Pam. And this is everything. LL Bean, be an outsider.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined. Exclusively at K.
On a confrontational Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Oh, what's up, guys?
We want to talk to you about State not making the playoffs.
Yeah, tough season, but I'm fine.
That's just it. You're not taking it hard enough.
What? I'm upset.
Why haven't you posted one insane rant on the message boards?
I keep reliving the Southern game over and over. It's just a game. A bunch of kids with the ball.
Put down that Dr. Pepper.
Maybe there's more to life.
He lost it.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Get Black Friday deals now at Target. Plus, score more Black Friday deals all month long. Get low prices and great deals so you can holiday your way. Only at Target.
A showcase of young guns tomorrow on ESPN.
That is hot.
Welcome back, ESPN College Football Primetime, presented by Subway. This presentation of the SEC on ESPN. Bayou Bengals, 2 touchdown underdogs, but feeding off the energy of this crowd. Gets it to the edge. That's the tight end Taylor in space. You can see the acceleration. Zooms inside the 25.
Just a great call here. The second one, he kind of hides himself You pull it, everybody thinks in the middle, quarterback run. Nope. Get it out to the freshman where he can do damage. Great effort of blocking there by Brian Thomas to be able to pick up a few more yards.
Tigers trying to finally cash in this field position. They've owned the territorial edge so far. Haven't made it count yet. From the 25, Daniels under immediate pressure off the edge and cannot escape. Will Anderson gets home. Third sack for Bama.
Will Campbell, this time he gets the feel of Will Anderson. Will Anderson's been lining up on the other side. Oh my gosh. There's nothing you can prepare yourself for. Even in practice, you're not seeing that.
You're seeing Friday night guys a year ago and a Sunday afternoon, dude.
Right, exactly. He played high school football last year, probably really good program, but now he's up against Will Anderson, and they moved again. The defensive's left, now he's on the right.
Credit to anybody who plays in this league as a freshman tackle. Emery makes a cut, he's in bounds, twists, and scores! LSU draws first blood. This is close here. Did he stay in? Bounds with this high step move. Looks like he did.
Yeah, it looks like he's in bounds. Here's a great look at it right there. He's in bounds. What an effort there.
Landed hard and then spins
back on DeMarco Helms.
He is a difference maker, a 30-yard play, and LSU does cash in on the great field position. 4 plays, taking half the field in less than 2 minutes.
Chris, look at the blitz here. Alabama rolls the dice by bringing a pressure here and a pressure here. The problem is nobody picks up John Emery out of the backfield. Man everywhere else. Now you got to make a play in the open field. DeMarco Helms unable to do it. What a cut there by Emery.
Tiger Stadium unhinged, and another smile from Daniels. A lot of those lately.
Trash. We can't punch this one in. We don't deserve to win. What? Oh. Looks about 30 yards.
Yes, touchdown! It's too much. College football with AT&T 5G.
151 total yards. The running game has been held in check very well tonight by LSU.
During the kick, holding, receiving team number 19. 10-yard penalties into the kick. First down.
It's going to cost some field position and penalties again. A story for Bama. That's the 5th of the night. Young, 3:21 to work with. Memorial Tower, LSU campus. Home team up by 4.
A Corona and palm tree.
Corona and calm seas.
And a balm breeze.
And some long knees, strong like a tongue squeeze. You'll say, "Aw, geez," when I make your lawn freeze. Is that good?
No. It was incredible.
Oh.
Be bad. Oh. This is good.
I shouldn't have rapped.
It's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-Its, official sponsor of the college football wheel.
Yo, my name is Luis, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the different flavors that are hitting your mouth at every millisecond. You get the explosion and the zestiness of the chicken, then that spice just kicks in, and if you add that cilantro lime, perfection.
Granddaughter's gonna love that.
Third generation sailor.
Sailor? Make sure she joins USAA. My family loves USAA.
We've been members for 40 years.
Keep trying, though.
USAA. It's for the military community.
For the slices and steaks and a 20-ounce Mountain Dew at Little Caesars and get 2 pizzas in 1. Dual double XP for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. That's a two-tastic 2 nominal. Unlock dual double XP with a Call of Duty combo or Mountain Dew at Little Caesars. Pizza.
You got 100 points.
Have you been moisturizing? Just sunscreen. That's 50 points.
With AARP rewards, anyone can earn points.
Who's got 200 points?
You've got 200 points.
It's the free loyalty program that rewards you. They're ready for you.
That's 300 points.
And helps your money, health, and happiness live longer.
On these times, 200 points.
Start earning and redeeming points today.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 on us, or save up to $800 on Google Pixel 7 Pro with Magenta Max.
Back home for the holidays, wearing my favorite LL Bean flannel. That's Carol and Jim, and Uncle Fred, and Pam. And this is everything. LL Bean, be an outsider.
I'm Matt Barry, coming up with the Mercedes-Benz halftime report. What a statement Georgia made today at home against Tennessee. We'll have highlights. Plus, Clemson is in a fight on the road against Notre Dame, and it took a little longer than people expected, but Ohio State finally pulled away from Northwestern. Dan Mullen, Joey Galloway join me coming up at the half.
Thanks, Brad. Yeah, Buckeyes had to battle in Evanston. TCU had to come from behind to stay perfect. Now it's Clemson in a battle on the road, and Alabama down 7-3 here. Gibbs celebrates for a 6-yard gain. Boucher on the stop.
You know, Alabama had, you see their drive start, the interception, the 3 punts, and then they get the big play with a throw out of the backfield to McClellan and man-to-man coverage, and they get a field goal. But don't write this offense off. They have potential to score, potential to get into field position, as you saw in their last drive, in a hurry.
5 of their 6 drives, Kirk, beginning from their 21 and in.
Exactly.
Run across the middle. Again, pressure enough to affect the throw. He bounces it way short.
But they're doing a really good job of just winning some one-on-one blocks and being able to sit back in zone. B.J. Ojolari that time just pushing that pocket. Remember, Bryce Young is undersized. They list him at 6 feet. I don't know how tall he really is, but when the inside pressure gets in, right, coming right at him in his face, it's hard to find lanes for him to be able to be effective and throw the ball.
It's a great point. That was their philosophy. That was their intent, to kind of squeeze the pocket from the inside. On third down, Young across the middle, throws low, catch made, just enough for the first down is Raydell Williams.
Just to give you an example, not just on this drive, but tonight, this is what you're dealing with. It's a pretty good angle to be able to see with the pressure in his face, how hard it is for him to be able to navigate. And really, it's a lot of it. What he's doing is he feels and he tracks his receiver, and without seeing him, he tries to throw to a spot and hope that he matches it up.
Protection is good this time. And the ball is zipped to Kobe Prentice, a true freshman who's made an impact here, 29th catch on the season.
And these receivers, you know, when you look at Prentice as a freshman, Isaiah Bond, Burton, who transferred over from Georgia, Ja'Cory Brooks, they're coming along, but they don't have what they've had in the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years out on the perimeter.
That's why Young's numbers are down in part, and also this has been a much better running team than they had last year, but not so far tonight. Empty backfield pressure again. The throw is behind. JoJo Orland is incomplete. Boucher knocked it loose.
Boucher sure did. Got his hands on it. That's a great play. Notice a guy who likes to play in the box, but watch him get his hand, left hand on the ball, right on the football and knock it out of there. Boucher, like a number of players on the back end, a lot of transfers with this LSU team. They needed to find bodies. They especially needed them in the secondary. Boucher coming over from Arkansas.
One of 5 defensive back transfers of this LSU team. Probably their top 7 DBs are transfers. Didn't even know each other's names at the beginning of camp. Pressure again. It's picked up this time. Gibbs catches the ball near top speed and goes for a first down to the 46.
You got man-to-man. Watch Gibbs here and then comes underneath. And watch the coverage on the back end. You see a DB starting to go out here, and then he has to come back underneath. So well-designed play, gets the secondary out of position, designed that time to get the ball to Gibbs on third down.
Gibbs is in the slot to the left. Young is looking that direction. And across the middle, catch made by Brooks. And now the rhythm is suddenly back for this Bama offense. There was a flag down.
Good patience there. Gay almost got to him. Waits to the last minute to deliver that ball to Brooks.
And he's going to be on LSU.
It's going to be on Major Burns, who tackled a receiver away from the ball.
On the defense, number 28. That penalty will be declined. Result of the play, first down.
And they gained more yards on the play, so they'll take it. And now the Tide, who've twice been to LSU's 5-yard line tonight, the boy with a total of 3 points, a chance to take the lead before halftime.
There it is to the top of your screen. Doesn't impact the play, but it gives you an idea. Burns, who's worked his way back to be able to play, one of the leaders on the back end, struggling so far in coverage.
Tigers back out. Young has time to scan and hooks it to Latu, and he's going to be spun down, lost the ball, comes out, LSU says they've got it, and they do! The second turnover tonight for the Tide.
Wow. Sage Ryan just somehow holds on to the bigger tight end, doesn't give up on the play, and rips the ball away from Latu. This is a big game for Alabama. Deep in LSU territory, as I said, he didn't give up on that play, and before that ball can get out of bounds, LSU jumps on top of it.
Greg Brooks makes the recovery. One of those transfers from Arkansas. Ryan is a freshman. The young guys have made some huge impact plays for this Tigers defense tonight.
contender. Final over Colorado. More Pac-12, Arizona, and Utah. Remember, Utah just the one loss in conference. Here, Nate Johnson keeps it.
Utah's a team that we don't talk much about now. They have 50 losses, but they're still alive in the Pac-12.
There is one touchdown in our game currently right now on ESPN. It was the big fella, John Emery. A good start. This is a defensive battle, Coach.
It is, and I expected more of that in the second half. The energy in the crowd's going to lift that LSU defense. But Alabama still got Bryce Young.
But lucky for you, there's more of us coming to the Mercedes-Benz halftime report.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the power of 3 in the Ozempic Trizone.
In my Ozempic Trizone, I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
Ozempic provides powerful A1C reduction. In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it. Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events, such as stroke, heart attack, or death, in adults also with known heart disease. And you may lose weight. Adults lost up to 14 pounds. Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrineoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Join the millions already taking Ozempic. Ask your healthcare provider about the Ozempic Trizone.
You may pay as little as $25 for a 3-month prescription.
Home is where you start the day. Out the door, you're on your way. All the places you wanna go. Maybe you should take it slow. There's so much to care for in your life. That's why Nationwide is on your side.
How does Popeye's chicken sandwich get so crunchy, juicy, and tasty? We make everything fly. Make your taste buds dance for $4.49. We make Popeye's Cajun turkey with love too. Order it while you still can.
There's a formula for success. It takes practice, persistence, and an unwavering drive. Together, our aspirations become reality. Every triumph has its origin story. Ours begin right here, the University of Alabama, where legends are made.
This halftime report is presented by Mercedes-Benz.
What in the world is going on at Piscataway? Rutgers and Michigan here. Gavin Wimsatt to Sean Ryan. Rutgers takes the lead.
Rutgers has 1 yard rushing in this game, but luckily they can throw the ball and take the lead. Exactly.
Flag on the play, but it was on Michigan. Back to Baton Rouge. This has been your Mercedes-Benz halftime report.
On a Fansville homecoming by Dr. Pepper.
Surprise!
CJ, we weren't expecting you.
Hey, buddy, what are you doing here? Hey, go State.
You replaced me with star quarterback Bryce Young.
We could never replace you.
Here's your Dr. Pepper mom. Mom?
It's just a silly nickname.
You came up with dad for me. Here you go, kid. Huh?
They're my family now, CJ.
Next time on Fansville.
Hey, brother. Get out of my room!
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Can't wait forever. Oh, you're not your friend, please. Can't be mad. We got you nacho fries.
Made with Mexican spices. Made for nacho cheese. Only at Taco Bell.
Here, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. Every detail inspires future generations. It makes a difference in this arena, this one, and this one. Here, you have to sweat the small stuff because in the SEC, it just means more.
I got this mountain bike for only $11.
DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. This KitchenAid mixer sold for less than $26. This iPad sold for less than $43. And this PlayStation 5 sold for less than $1.
President, please Bluetooth headphones. $20.
I got these 3 suitcases for less than $40. And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Why do nearly 1 million businesses choose Stamps.com to mail and ship? Stamps.com is convenient. You get the services of the post office right on your computer. Stamps.com saves you money with great rates from USPS and UPS. Mail letters, ship packages, anytime, anywhere, for less. A lot less. Get our special TV offer, a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/try and get started today.
Welcome back to the Dr. Pepper Championship Drive Game of the Week.
Death Valley full of life, set for the second half. ESPN College Football Primetime, done by Subway. Presentation of the SEC on ESPN. Control of the SEC West at stake. Alabama's playoff hopes already with a loss this season at stake. They'll get the football first. But this Tigers defense harassing Bryce Young in the first half. Tigers took advantage of field position. Touchdown drive of 49 yards. Driver kick off to the end zone. Look how they done it. Get after Young.
Well, they mixed it up. You know, Matt House done a really good job. Defensive coordinator, a lot of different looks. He's been under a lot of pressure. What's been strange is if you're just tuning in, even when he hasn't been under pressure, they've not been in sync. You know, with Bryce, a little bit off balance, a little unsure. Give credit to Matt House, mixing it up. Give credit to this defensive line applying pressure because Bryce Young very often has been under a lot of pressure from a lot of different styles of blitzes and rushing 3 and dropping 8. You can see the numbers right there.
Pressured almost half of his dropbacks, the pick and a sack with 2 completions under pressure tonight. But it's a new half. Gibbs can change the game with any carry and accelerates around the edge and scoots out near the 40.
Great patience and vision. And Craig Penn, the middle linebacker, doesn't hold contain here. Watch him kind of get lost and underappreciate the ability to go bounce that right there. He starts to squeeze, and he's got to try to protect the edge there and set that edge to avoid that.
Gibbs comes in averaging 7 yards a carry. Hasn't been a big part of the offense yet tonight. Next time they grab him and throw him down near the line of scrimmage. Micah Baskerville.
Baskerville does a better job there with his pursuit, coming in a little wider, appreciating that Gibbs can bounce it. Gibbs instincts. He's just trying to run to Grassy. He wants to get to the right. He wants to bounce that to the outside. But the leader of this defense, Micah Baskerville, really in great position.
Big shoes to go. Damone Clark.
That's our guy last year.
Yeah.
He loves him. We actually called this game last year and really saw him assert himself and got the Tigers to believe that night they had a shot at Tuscaloosa. Came close.
Deep drop, but just fires into the ground. Again in hot pursuit, Baskerville and Greg Penn.
Well, they just crossed the 2 linebackers, move the inside people out, bring those 2 linebackers, and it works. They're trying to set up a screen to the left, but with that action, it took a long time to develop, and those 2 blitzing linebackers didn't allow the timing of that to be an effective screen at all.
Quick third down. This felt like an important drive. Tide getting points just before halftime. Could they perhaps grab the lead in the road to calm this crowd down? Well, LSU a chance to get off the field immediately here.
There's Perkins spying again. Oh, this time he moves out.
3-man rush, and they still get him under pressure. McClellan's knocked down hard right at the marker by Kai Garner. It'll be a first down, though.
Remember the last time we called their game against Mississippi State? I said that Young reminds me of a Steph Curry. Yep. This is what I'm talking about. Just about to give up on the play, and at the last second, he sees Gibbs and checks it down to him. Kind of like he's on the break there. Like on a,
I like it. He loved that comparison.
But that's
previous plays under the two.
That's exactly what he can do on these third downs to keep them alive. He was hit right there.
So they just spot him on the first down. I think he's short by about a half a yard.
Looks like he gets the ball. Looks like it gets to about the 48 and a half. Definitely does not get to the 49.
Be fourth down if this call is cleaned up.
It's a great look at it right down the line there.
All right, let's say that our eyes are not deceiving us. And the replay official, David Allman, agrees. What is Saban thinking of fourth and half a yard of midfield?
I think he knows it's probably going to come back about a half a yard.
Does he gamble here? Does he trust that running game and trust Gibbs to get a half a yard? If not, Tigers be set up at midfield.
Yeah, I think he does.
After further review, the runner is ruled down at the Alabama 8.5-yard line.
Yeah, we go.
That's short of the line to gain. The board's fourth down.
Here we go.
Decision time.
In modern college football, this would be an easy decision. You see so many teams go for it on fourth down all over the place.
He's talking to Bill O'Brien, talking to the offensive staff. Everybody getting on the same page. He sends Bryce Young back out. Let's go.
No chance for LSU to stone the Tide offense and really claim some momentum. To the huddle quickly. Williams is the back. Bobbled snap. Young almost dropped the snap, but he got the handoff and they get the first down.
They bring in Williams for the strength and the short yardage. Really strong lower half. Give him a chance. It's kind of a sugar huddle, fast huddle. And they submerge underneath. Came very close to keeping him short, but that leg drive got it for him.
You should say Steph Curry, fast hands. That was almost a fumble and a turnover on downs.
He gets the handoff off, too.
Look at this.
Yeah, look at it. Look at these quick hands. He looks away from it somehow. Boy, not only did he secure it, but he just happened to be in position to just hand it off where he was able to secure the ball. If that ball happened to bounce back towards him, he probably wouldn't have been able to get that handoff off, and he would have had to follow Williams into that hole.
That would have been tricky. Two-back look now. McClellan and Gibbs flanking the quarterback. Gibbs goes in motion. McClellan, stutter step, spikes to the 45, picks up about 3. It'll be 3rd and 5.
You know, I know it's not been a great night throwing the football, but at some point, you know what's been missing in this offense is those vertical shots. Jamison Williams last year always provided this offense with that spark or that big play ability. And when you can't stretch a defense, they start crowding in on your short intermediate passing game, your running game. There's Bill O'Brien with a handoff backwards and the glasses. Eventually, they're going to have to try to stretch and get the ball downfield.
AT&T 5G Skycam zooming over this crowd of more than 102,000. Trying to roar as the Tiger defense tries to get off the field here. Alabama going forward on 4th down again.
Yeah, miscommunication before they needed to use that timeout before the play clock went off up front with the offensive line. You saw Eric Wolford coming over to when the team came over to the sideline. He went after Kendall Randolph to make sure everybody's on the same page. They go quick huddle again.
Williams again stumbles, lunges, just makes it for a second time, and the drive continues.
So he got across, but you're right. He ends up losing his footing, but a great push on the right side. Ekifor, just enough there to keep his body from hitting the ground.
Exactly. His knee came close to touching, but the second time Williams is converted on the 4th down, and he's got it for about 2 on 1st down here.
At this point in the game, LSU has forgotten about the threat downfield. They are loading up on these quick passes.
Young make him pay here.
You keep kind of waiting for it. Who can be that guy? Who can be the guy to stretch the field? You know it's coming. It's just a matter of when it's going to come.
It'll be Ja'Cory Brooks, freshman apprentice. Both shown the ability to make plays downfield as receivers. Gibbs motions out, and looks back to his right and delivers. And that's Brooks. Couldn't quite escape. He's going to be tackled. Actually, there's no whistle yet. Did he stay up there? He's spotted inside the 20.
Boy, it's amazing what Gibbs can do to a defense by getting him on just a motion, moving him away. The linebackers both end up clearing out, and it opens up finally a nice big passing window for Bryce Young.
20-yard play.
On the field, going to run us down the 18-yard line. Previous play is under review.
Chris, just this right here. Watch the reaction by the 2 linebackers. He moves, they move, their eyes and attention are all out there. Now look at that. Look at that beautiful hole there. We've not seen a lot of that.
Right there, it looked like his right leg hit the ground. They ruled him up, but they're checking it out right now. Corrects the right leg as he spins around. Yeah, knee.
Yeah, the right knee definitely down. Yep.
I mean,
pretty obvious here. Actually hit pretty hard.
Puzzling why they missed it live, but I'm sure replay can. But
that play is what you're used to when Alabama's rolling. That's what you're used to seeing. Those kind of windows.
Down to the 24-yard line. That's going to be on the line of the game. First down, Alabama.
The Tide have not been sharp, and the LSU defense has been effective at harassing Young down here in the red zone. Threatening again. Again, the pick came, and Bama was at the 5-yard line. Then they had to settle for a chip shot field goal the second time they got down to the 5.
Kind of had my eye on that TV during this last time out. When the Alabama offense was over there. Bryce Young talking with Eric Wolford, the offensive line coach, just about protections and how he's setting the line. He actually tapped himself on the chest and said, that's my fault, coach. So great communication there during that timeout with Alabama. Yeah.
Young swarmed and sacked. There was early pressure. Joe Fouché got him down, but it was a swarm again by the Tigers.
Yeah, they're going to bring the pressure right here, and then eventually just use speed and quickness with Fouché, who comes off that edge. Great speed. How about he just goes right by the big right tackle, J.C. Latham. He has a size advantage, but Fouché has the quickness and, again, gets to the inside and gets the pressure.
We're looking at Tyler Steen, who is down on the field. Here to be looking at that ankle. Step aside.
This is the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, if you come in and come down, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me.
Check it out. This is the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a ball.
Watch for me.
This is the biggest bounce of the summer.
Cracker, junior fries, drinking nuggets, all for $5. My queens love it. Fit for a royal fam on a budget. I rule this day at BK. Have it your way.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show them who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. You can tell they actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce, marinated it. You're definitely getting a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hello, I saw you move in, and I wanted to welcome you to the neighbourhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip, Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Cookies.
Biscuits.
A little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the plate.
Good we could check out SEC Insight on Tuesday night, SEC Network. All access pass to the Dogs' big win in Athens. And this one here tonight, footage you haven't seen before, sound from the players and the coaches. SEC Network Tuesday night and the ESPN app. 2nd and 14. Timeout, or the injury timeout. Steen helped off, and Amari Knight takes his place, left tackle. Ball quickly to the edge. Brooks spins away, fights through Garner, and gets down to the 20.
Another nice job by Bryce Young. Keep in mind, he's got to get the ball out there in a hurry because you have offensive linemen out there. This ball is high and to his right. He's able to get up and not only catch it, but now you got to get the ball with a quick throw. Continues to show great hands.
Get another 3rd down, tied 3 for 10 tonight. Young from the pocket, overthrown. Trying to climb the ladder with Latu, defended by Garner. It's 4th and 6, and here comes the field goal team.
Again, when you can get a push in the middle, this time it's Roy right here. Watch him push. The best way to affect Bryce Young's accuracy is not off the edges, it's pushing right into his face, where he has a hard time seeing downfield. With this injury to his shoulder, I know he had the bye week, he had a chance to get healthy, but the timing is off, and I think the lack of reps at practice is affecting his rhythm and accuracy with these receivers and tight ends.
Reiger, the 4th-year place kicker, slumped a bit by his standards earlier, but he's in a groove now. 3 for 3 tonight, that one from 38. And the Tide take the lead for the first time tonight. Chipping away, still no touchdowns in the red zone. The field goals and a turnover. Saban's crew on top of the first time.
It's one of those games, you go back to the end of the first half, and you thought, okay, are they going to go for it? Are they going to go for it? Are they going to try to get a touchdown? He let the clock work down and called the timeout, set up the field goal, and then they get the ball to start the second half. They eventually are able to get more points on the board here at 9-7.
Well, you see it down there, Holly?
Well, I was able to talk to Brian Kelly at LSU, and he reminded me that this is a very good second half LSU
LSU team. Remember he told us yesterday in our meeting, if it's close at the half, I like our chances. We've been good in the second half. But what he reminded his team at halftime was one play at a time. He said, I thought the first half we had focus and discipline on executing one play at a time. I don't want this to get too big and get away from us. I just want us to focus in the second half.
Yeah, you got to play 60 minutes to beat Bama typically. LSU, how will they respond being behind for the first time? Bama with field goals in each of their last 3 possessions. And that kick won't bounce into the end zone. Next, Saturday night, Austin, Texas. One of our favorite stops. TCU come from behind victory at home against Texas Tech to stay undefeated. And Texas is taking care of business tonight so far in Manhattan, Kansas. Bijan Robinson, a big night so far. 2-touchdown lead.
31-17. 7-minute mark in the third. See if they're able to win.
They're up BC. 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific.
Be good.
TCU to their best start since that 2010 season, that magical year. 30-plus in all 9 games for the Frogs. Daniels delivers a strike right at the marker. Ishan Booty's begun to get involved tonight, and that's a good thing for this offense.
Booty comes back to the football. Branch in pretty good coverage out there in space. Booty gets to his route, but watch how he comes back to the football. If he doesn't do that, that ball's knocked away by Brian Branch, who had tight coverage there.
Which receiver can make a big play today? Who can get free? Who can get some yards after the catch? Daniels dancing around, showing the improv skills and the fast speed and the acceleration. And he'll slide safely down in Tide territory. His first big impact run of the night.
But Will Anderson and company, watch them chase. They start to go into pursuit. The problem with Jaden Daniels is he can work his way back the other way. You've got to be respectful of that on the backside. If you start to just kind of think, okay, ball's going to our right, let's take off. With his acceleration and vision and ability to cut back, he can make big plays like that one for the first.
These guys whip Byron Young, not able to grab him by the ankles that time. Williams plows forward. What a response from this LSU ground game. Holly, they try to reclaim momentum here.
Well, you see Jaden Daniels really dancing, eluding, being slippery on that last run. And he told us the first football he played that was organized as a kid was flag football. He said, I really believe I get some of that escapability because of my flag football background. And you saw it on that last run. Nobody was getting his towel. It was his flag. He has such good wiggle, guys. It's so fun to watch.
Soccer was his first sport. I bet you scored a lot of goals. He said, yeah, I just ran away from him.
Keep in mind that he's 6'3". With that wiggle. That's crazy with that kind of length.
Flushed again, eluding pressure. He'll scoot out of bounds in front of toe-to-toe. That was a smart move. Anderson pressured it yet again.
Yeah, the true freshman. We talked about it earlier. Emory Jones, he's a true freshman going up against the best player in the country, Will Anderson. A little outside move and then back in. And then you chase him down. There's the athletic ability. We think about that. Without that ability, that's a sack. Now it's 3rd and 2. Watching these true freshmen. If you just tuned in, Emory Jones will be on the right side, 50. Will Campbell on the left. 2 true freshmen who are playing high school football, now going up against Alabama on a Saturday night.
Tide have had 3 sacks and a lot of pressures. Anderson's had 5 pressures on his own. Williams busts into the secondary, puts down a lot more than 21 before Helms got him down.
Turner, the center, good block here to turn it this way, and then your left guard also makes a nice block. Frazier, move and get up to the linebacker, and now you've got a chance with the former walk-on Josh Williams getting into the second level of that defense with acceleration.
Williams again, and the Tide couldn't get him to the ground. They had him trapped in the backfield, but he escaped. Anderson was there in a hurry.
Somehow Will Anderson, who doesn't get talked about enough, well, 31 to your right, doesn't get talked about enough with his ability to be able to get through these gaps, get into the backfield, and defend the run. But how about the effort by Williams just to keep that play alive, right?
Opponents say, Will Anderson's a good pass rusher. We're going to run right at him.
Good luck with that.
Strong hands.
Strong, heavy hands. Now you got him outside.
Daniels delivers a sideline throw. It's incomplete. Tight coverage on Thomas by Eli Ricks. For Bayou Bengal. Waves his finger and says, not on my watch.
They challenged him all week to not be emotional tonight. Pete Golding, also Nick Saban said, Eli, I know you're going back. You're playing against your former team, your former buddies, but we need you locked into what we're doing. You won the starting job a couple of weeks ago, and for the most part, that's where he's been, that state of mind. Love to see that.
Resentment against him by the fans here. Didn't like the fact that he transferred to Alabama, but it's a good decision. Play clock's winding down, so no urgency unless you have to spend a timeout here. This important drive in the red zone, trying to reclaim the lead.
A showcase of young guns tomorrow on ESPN.
That is hockey.
So cozy. How many rooms are in there? Should we go check it out? Yeah.
Get to stay here all weekend.
When you stay at a Verbo,
I call doing the door code.
the host doesn't stay with you.
It looks exactly like the picture.
Because without privacy in your vacation home,
It's a full log cabin, guys.
it isn't really a vacation,
Up by the fire.
is it?
Oh my God.
I turn it up another notch. I rock it out and make it hot. I stack the punch and make it pop. Don't stop. Living my best life. Living my best life. Do what I feel like. Living my best life.
Introducing IHG One Rewards. 17 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations. One loyalty program that lets you guess how you guessed.
How does Popeye's chicken sandwich get so crunchy, juicy, and tasty? We make everything with love. Make your taste buds dance for $4.49. We make the Popeye's Cajun Turkey with love too. Order it while you still can.
Home is where you start the day. Out the door, you're on your way. All the places you wanna go. Maybe you should take it slow. There's so much to care for in your life. That's why Nationwide is on your side.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and they're redshirting you?
Just a standard work shirt.
Hey, let's stay humble, man.
Thank you, Rich.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At X-Chair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. X-Chair has done it again with our groundbreaking LMX technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience. Our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. X-Chair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of work so you can focus on the present. At X-Chair, we're gazing ahead, and from where we sit, the future still feels good. Visit xchair.com to find out how you can own an X-Chair for only $20 a month. xchair.com.
Student section made a difference tonight, making noise down in that left end zone. Taco Bell Live Mas student section contest. Competition continues all year. These folks inspired the first night game of this rivalry since 2006 here. Daniels tries to convert on 3rd and 7.
Alabama's been pressuring on these third downs. You're going to want to keep an eye on. Even if he doesn't throw, the ability to scramble down the red zone.
Good look to his right. And now tries to buy some time. Delivers over the middle, and the catch is made for a 1st and goal by Booty. He beat Ricks that time. That was his former teammate.
Out here to the right, third down, very patient, just kind of feeling it late. He was actually improvising here, reacting to his quarterback, trying to get separation. He was trying to pull the defender away on the initial play to try to draw him away to open up another receiver downfield. And then once the quarterback, Jaden Daniels, started to react, he instinctively ran away from Ricks.
First and goal. Booty again. Spins. And is shoved out of the 2 by Brian Branch.
So if he puts that ball just a little bit more out front, allows him to be able to run without having to come back to it, he might have had a chance to get to the corner. Good heads-up play by Branch to catch up to him, and it goes up and over. Hopefully it's okay down there. But a good job by Branch to get him out of bounds. But if that ball's thrown out in front, it's probably a touchdown.
Spotted it for 3. 2 tight ends in for the Tigers. Williams is the back. They fake it to him. Daniels lofts it out of bounds. Well covered there was Brian Thomas. Kool-Aid McKinstry not fooled with the play fake.
Yeah, McKinstry does not fight on this at all. You see him right here. He's kind of looking like, what are we doing here? And then he sees the release by Thomas, and he stays with him. Not only that, he gets his head turned. So he's in position, head turned back to look at the quarterback just in case they were trying to get him to bait him to make the throw. So he's outstanding job. All Daniels could do there is throw it away.
What is Mike Denbrock going to cook up here? A crucial play. 3rd and goal. Got to hurry here. Only spent 1 timeout. They do get the snap off. And wait a second. No,
they did not. Got movement.
The clock was winding down. Somebody jumps.
On the offense, not all 11 players were set for 4 seconds. 5-yard penalty. Stand down.
Now he's got to come up with a different play. The ball be spotted back at the 8.
But when you're in a game like this and you don't get a ton of opportunities inside the 5-yard line, you're in a 2-point low-scoring game, and you got a 5-yard penalty to set you back. See if Jaden Daniels can make a play with his arm or his legs.
See Kelly say, "Let's go." I think he wants the call in. He wants the.
They're down to 10
more
seconds.
Urgency here. Yeah. Daniels against pressure, delivers to the end zone. No contact, and a flag did come out. Trying to work his way back to the football was Malik Neighbors. Ricks was in coverage, and there's a flag. It was a slip, or
he pushed him into the ground. He was on him tight, trying to grab it under the jersey and in there. It's got very physical coverage there. Good call.
Was some slippage there. Enough coverage by Ricks, and the ball's at the 2, 1st and goal.
And LSU catches a break. Daniels was throwing a fade to the corner. Neighbors working the back shoulder fade back, and they end up getting interference.
Power set. Look at everybody bunched together. Williams. That humanity. Muscles for a touchdown. Tigers back on top. Shaq loves it. The Tigers respond in the best possible way. Bama takes their first lead. 11 plays, 75 yards. You don't think this group believed? It's a remarkable story unfolding here in Baton Rouge in Brian Kelly's first year. Tennessee came in here and blasted them, and they flunked badly their first test of the season against an elite team in this place. Got behind early at Florida, recovered to win that one. Came back strong against Ole Miss, won it going away. Look at taking the lead over Bama here.
And they're going to make sure they took the lead because it just to make sure he crossed that goal line as he was fighting for every effort that he had to get in, break the play. Seeing if his backside touched or not.
Not down yet. Ball across.
Yeah, to be sure. You see, remember we talked about these two true freshman tackles. They ran right behind Emory Jones.
Williams, one of the 15 Tigers who has the championship ring from 19. He was a scout teamer that year. Came here as a walk-on. Has earned his spot as one of the top backs in this rotation. Emory scored earlier on a swing pass. Now Williams muscles across. And LSU's up by 5.
You get penetration here right away by Tim Smith, who's right here. He's able to shoot a gap, and here's the young right tackle. Watch how he takes care of that potential threat. Pushed it to the inside. The next thing, you have 2 tackle or 2 tight ends in a double team, but look who comes free to make the play. Henry Toto right there against a former walk-on running back that would not be denied. He takes on that big hit right there. They got a potential play out of the end zone, but nope, 27 in a tight game shows great determination.
Exactly.
Get that ball in.
You wanted it a lot. Toto is the top tackler. He's the guy you wanted that position.
That's it. You want. Yep.
So Bryce Young comes out, answers the bell, and kick a field goal. They get stopped in there, and LSU just responds. The joint is jumping again.
I mean, are you kidding me here?
It's fun.
You and I, it's just like shooting into your veins, right?
It's possible to have a POSTGAME partner later.
Saturday night in Death Valley in the SEC. Sign me up.
Before the Tide take over, a quick word from Verbo.
It's Tim Tebow in a Verbo, where you get the whole place to yourself. So it's always just you and your Gators.
So 41 and a half minutes to play so far, and Bryce Young and Bama have not yet found the end zone.
But they're having a little fun down there. These are the drives. These are the moments that we bragged about Bryce Young. The composure, the poise in this atmosphere. See how he does.
Left tackle Tyler Steen is back in the game. And Diggs is hit. He falls forward for a yard. Perkins again making a play.
Man, chasing that from the backside. By the way, another high snap again. This Young showing his athletic ability over and over, being able to handle some of these snaps. Look at Perkins chasing that thing down. We're getting used to hearing Harold Perkins' name when you watch LSU football. Number 40, true freshman, will be all over the field over the next couple of years, not to mention the rest of this year.
Young steps up and delivers another errant throw. Tried to get it to Latu, but the pocket just squeezed him that time again.
Mink Wingo actually gets in there, beats his man, and again, I keep talking about it. It's not always a sack. It's just affecting the quarterback, whether it's his vision or his footwork, and eventually you can affect the timing and the accuracy downfield.
They need 8 to keep the football here. Young chased again. Flag out. Another throw bounced. Perkins one more time under pressure. This looks like it's going to be a hold on Bama.
He's going to be saying Harold Perkins in his dreams after tonight, maybe his nightmares. He is relentless.
Holding for the offensive line. Going in the line.
Again, Perkins is a linebacker that can rush as an edge guy. 40 and near. Gotta hold him to keep him away from Bryce Young. And then he gets up off of the ground to try to chase him down again.
Wow. So the speed you talked about, the power,
and then they push him
relentless effort.
And then he's got a motor to go with it.
Whistle before the punt by Burnett.
False start, offense number 19. 5-yard penalty.
It's just amazing to think in an environment like this against athletes, that a guy who was playing high school football a year ago at that position, that linebacker position, can affect the game. The Heisman Trophy winner as much as Perkins has done tonight.
And he's done it from the opening drive to this fast drive that Bryce Young was out on the field, and he's been everywhere.
And he's had a great season. This is his first big game, but to do it in this environment.
And Matt House has done such a good job of utilizing him in so many different areas.
Goes back, makes the fair catch at the 35-yard line, and now a flag after the play. It's going to be a kind of a personal foul, I think.
That's going to be on LSU.
Was it during the punt or post-possession?
It was after the fair catch.
If that's the case, then LSU will keep possession. It'll just cost them 15.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, Simming team number 17. 15-yard penalty.
Xavier Carter, Kelly's not buying it at all.
He did it. Yeah, you can see it. Just a poor decision by Xavier Carter.
Talked about the emotion of these games. It's not unusual. Players will get caught up in that and make a bad choice. It wasn't that big a bump when we're watching it here.
No, you go ahead and roll it. You'll see this right here. Near the fair catch has already been made, and
he's going to lower his shoulder a little bit.
That's enough to me. Yeah.
So that moves the football back to the 20. Emery's back in the game. Now you got a pre-snap foul on LSU.
The tight end looked like he might be leaning a little bit.
Number 86. 5-yard penalty.
We have our sports injury analyst, Marty Jaramillo, join us as he always does. And the focus all week for Marty was on John Emery. You can explain why that bye week and getting that Achilles healed up has made a difference. We saw him score, Marty, early on the swing pass. He made a pretty dramatic cut in that play. So after this play, take us through his rehab.
Yes, sir.
Behind the sticks on first down. And they hand it off, and there is Emery. Gets free, makes another one of those cuts, and the Achilles, Marty, looks okay tonight.
It does. That Achilles is thin but very strong, very elastic. But any inflammation can tighten up that area so much where you lose that power with push-off, with running, and especially acceleration. All his treatments have been focused on that inflammation and that tightness. You know what? And also some specialized taping techniques. After that high stepping, I think we all said we like what we see.
I'm glad to have him back and healthy. He's a difference maker. Got 6 yards in that carry, and now Daniels on the move, flips it over, and then across the middle, catch is made by Booty, who wasn't targeted for about the first 20 minutes of the game, but now is heavily involved.
Design rollout, move that launch point away from the pressure. Bring the receiver from the outside back in. That defense is flowing, trying to get to the field. They're trying to get to those threats out on the outside. And they brought Booty back to the inside there where he was all left alone.
Trots to the sideline to be looked at after his 6th catch tonight. Keeper took a look at Taylor, the tight end, and now he wants him to throw a block. And the young guy was still in receiver mode, didn't get up there.
And I'll tell you, if you think back to that Florida State LSU game, when they didn't know each other, the coaches didn't know the players didn't know the coaches. I think a lot of people looked at that game and thought, okay, forget about LSU this year. But there's Mike Denbrock, the offensive coordinator. Right around the middle of the year, they started to learn more and more about Jaden Daniels, who he is. Jaden Daniels got more and more comfortable with the players around him, especially the receivers, became more decisive, and they started to find an identity, taking advantage of his ability to run and throw, and now they become a dangerous offense.
We got a dangerous quarterback who's on the move, runs again, cannot escape the play that time. Remember, he drove him down the field on the opener against the Seminoles. It was the blocked extra point that led to the loss, but he was very nearly the hero of his first game here.
Yeah, it's been remarkable to see, and to the point where if you think back to that game, they lose that game and you get caught up in all the other big names and big games. They're forgotten about, and now they put themselves in a position. People are focused on Alabama with that 6 next to them. don't sleep on the importance of this game for LSU and what's at stake for the Tigers tonight. If they can come up with a win and somehow close this game out, they still can get to Atlanta.
They have control of it. Control of it, of course. Oh, it was behind Booty, who's made all the receptions for LSU in this quarter, but now it's 4th down, so a little off target there.
Just a little bit behind his receiver, but a ball that he would normally catch, and especially on 3rd down. He holds on to that. He's really close to getting a 1st down. Yeah, I mean, they win tonight. Not just Atlanta, but still keeping their dreams alive of daring to dare.
Not impossible. No. A 2-loss team has made the playoff, but if they were a 2-loss SEC champ with wins over Alabama and Georgia, they'd make a case. But one way to go here.
Oh, yeah.
History back to return this punt. Bramlett's been effective punting tonight. This one bounces and it's going to take a sideways and check up at the 24. We talked about the SEC waste to snowy in Atlanta here. Tigers, that's Ole Miss. Don't forget about them.
Yeah.
Climb the mountain. Yodeling, such a part of SEC football. Coming in at 4-1. Arkansas on the road. A&M on the road. Those are the remaining conference games for LSU. Their last home game is against UAB.
Alabama at the Grove and Oxford next week, a big one. Even if they get through tonight, another tough challenge with Lane Kiffin. Really their last big challenge.
Remember, the LSU has the tiebreak over Ole Miss and would have it over the Tide if they can hold on to this lead tonight. 1 second to go in the 3rd quarter. And Young almost intercepted. Oh, he threw it behind Garner there, but had his hand on it. Burton was the receiver.
The ball just comes out. I thought it might have been tipped. Look at the spin, the lack of spin. And the ball's behind his receiver and almost the interception.
Final quarter at Tiger Stadium. LSU looking for a defining victory in the Brian Kelly era. Leads it by 5.
Knicks, Nets, and Lakers Clippers, Wednesday on ESPN.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities with a bold new take on the Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
When you really need TV, count on Dish's 99% signal reliability any time of year.
Should we do the cake?
Is it sugar-free?
Dish, tuned into you.
Taco Bell went a bit crazy with its breakfast. It was too much. What you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Fluffy eggs, sausage, hash browns, and warm protein. They should open a restaurant that only serves those breakfast crunch things.
You live in, or is this part of the commercial?
Research shows that people remember ads with young people having a good time. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's a pool party.
Look what I brought!
Liberty Mutual! They customize your home insurance!
So you only pay for what you need!
Young people having a good time with insurance. Young people, good times, insurance.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Over the years, I've seen what loyalty can do for business. These people have helped me build this company from the ground up. And I want them to know how much I value their commitment. So I'm doing what I can to help secure their future. Because true loyalty goes both ways.
Hey man, is that the original hoodie? Yeah, that's nice. We invented that. And his, nice catch. And hers. And theirs.
even yours. Champion inventability. But you make it your own.
CFP National Championship Trophy presented by Dr. Pepper. They won in LA on January 9th. Saban had more of those than anybody. But the playoff hopes on the line for Alabama here in the final quarter. 2nd and 10. Gibbs. In space. Look out. He can fly. Fastest member of the Crimson Tide team scoots out of bounds at the 40. Boucher finally puts him out, but he's a game changer.
Watch this offensive line. Able to take on that slant, and then there's the instincts, the cutback. Who else does Alabama turn to? They're on the ropes right now, on the road. The quarterback, who usually comes through, is not able to make plays yet. But you get the ball to Gibbs, your playmaker.
Alabama finally at 100 rushing yards tonight. Gibbs has got it again. Much more dynamic running game than last year. LSU, you talked about downfield shots, Young's passing. Robinson was a solid back, but does not have Gibbs' ability to fight the defense, to take it to the house.
No, very different. Saw Harold Perkins go down here.
Freshman who's been the star for this LSU defense tonight. They attended to.
Yeah, he came up limping there, and he just ended up going down to get the training staff out. Let's go back to look at this long run. Look at that offensive line. Nice job of being able to handle that slant angle. Actually, that's the play right after it. Still positive yards. Perkins is jogging off the field.
Jogging with a slight limp.
Yeah.
Good to see him on his feet. Gibbs, what a quietly with 81 yards after that 34-yard gain.
What a tough night so far for Bryce Young. It's not about the night. It's about finding a way to win the game. You could make a strong case, and this has been his toughest start for him.
Gibbs, the first Humphrey to do what he's doing tonight.
26, I want to say?
Yeah. And then again, not on the same page. Brooks and Young that time.
Yeah, more of the same. And if you show this route, you can see, and they're talking to each other right now to try to get on the same page. Just not understanding. You got a corner that's up tight. Is it man? Is it zone? Bryce comes off of it. He's expecting him to come off of that. You can see Jacory looks back at him, and then they came together and talked about it.
Young. Again, just nobody there, and he bounces it intentionally. 3rd and 10 coming up.
And again, it's easy to sit up here, but when you're having a rough night and you're not feeling the rhythm of the offense, your vision isn't what it normally is. Watch the 2 break free right there. And normally Bryce Young steps up and fires that, and that's the first down. You move the sticks. But he's just having one of those nights where he doesn't have his rhythm. He's not in sync. He's trying to figure out the coverage. Now, you can say, what's wrong with Bryce Young? I'd rather say, what's right with Matt House changing things up on him and confusing him, the defensive coordinator from LSU.
3rd and 10. Young trying to improvise, goes to the edge, and he'll be dropped. A flag down in the secondary. Mekhi Wingo made the sack way back at the 38. He ran right back out of field goal range.
Yeah, they might get holding in the back end by Bernard Converse. Once he went into scramble mode, the defensive backs are trying to plaster. They're trying to stick to those receivers, which is tough to do when he's back there scrambling and buying time, and you got receivers that are trying to break free.
You're lucky you're signaled that it's on LSU, and that makes sense.
I think they're going to get him. He's trying to stay with Isaiah Bond. This would be a big break, obviously, for Bama.
Automatic first down. We go with that hold. They were going to be dropped way out of field goal range after that sack.
Holding on the defense number 24 will be declined. Personal foul, face mask, also on the defense will be accepted. 15 yards, previous spot, automatic first down.
So they had penalties downfield, but actually Bryce Young, when he's running for his life right before he goes down, is what they ended up going with on Ojulari.
Good call there. And instead of being sacked back out of field goal range, the Tide are set up with a first down in the red zone. Ball will be placed at the 16.
Yeah, we're going to remember that play if they score a touchdown. That would have been fourth down.
Yep. Gibbs makes a cut, barrels down to the 1. Baskerville forced him out. The Tide are on the doorstep.
Chris, you love this where they seal the edge, they pull around, seal the edge with a Latou, bring around the big offensive lineman.
Draw me up a pin and pull
there. You love that.
Progressive Pylon Cam shows he got knocked out actually at the 2. First and goal. They haven't been efficient down here yet tonight. A chance to claim the lead, and Williams, their power back, is in the left of Young. He's got the football, and he just plows in. Tide finally ends off for the first time and take the lead.
Great push. And the inside, Seth McLaughlin, the center, who's been challenged tonight. Left guard, Cohen. They blitz those backers, but they are picked up. Good hard running, and they punch it in. They've been in that red zone area 3 times. That's the 4th time. That's the first time they've been able to get a touchdown.
0 for 2 here. Extend the lead to 3. That's the ball at the left hash.
Right away, they put Gibbs up to the top. See if he motions back in. He is.
Young flips it incomplete. Looking for a flag with Ja'Cory Brooks in the end zone. There isn't one, but the face mask flag loomed large. Tide go 76-8. 1 point lead for Saban's crew.
Trash. We can't punch this one in. We don't deserve to win. What? Looks about 30 yards.
Yes, touchdown!
It's too much. It's college football with AT&T 5G. It's never too much. Sorry.
Trojans winning? Oh yeah, we're winning.
AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
Gillette presents the Gillette Labs Exfoliating Bar, a razor designed to take the hassle out of your routine, effortless shaving in one efficient stroke. The bar and the handle removes unseen dirt and debris that gets in the way of the blades, so nothing gets between you and a quick and easy shave. All with a lifetime warranty. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Look at the mess we started.
I don't like to spend a ton of time shopping, but I like to look good. For me, Poshmark makes that so easy. And whenever I get tired of something, I just relist it back on Poshmark. It's honestly a little addicting, making some money I can spend to keep my wardrobe fresh.
Wear by Erin Andrews, my sportswear collection for all women, is now officially licensed with more leagues. Women can support their teams in fashion-forward apparel everywhere, anywhere. Find it at fanatics.com, officially licensed everything.
I got this mountain bike for only $11.
DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. This KitchenAid mixer sold for less than $26. This iPad sold for less than $43. And this PlayStation 5 sold for less than $1.
I want these Bluetooth headphones, $20.
I got these 3 suitcases for less than $40. And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
What a scene tonight. ESPN College Football Primetime presented by Subway's presentation of the SEC on ESPN. Dr. Pepper Championship Drive game of the week. The Tide have reclaimed the lead. Amir Gibbs on that drive ran it for 54 yards. Got a 7-yard pass, which resulted in a first down. And then Roydell Williams powered it in. Bama finally finding the end zone here early in the final quarter. Kane from his end zone. Smacked hard and stopped at the 16. Matt Berry with an update of the very interesting development elsewhere tonight.
Yeah, Chris, watching the college football playoff ranking show, a lot of people had a problem with where Clemson was ranked at 4th. Well, that took care of itself tonight. Benjamin Morrison, a pick six to go up 28-0. The last time a top 5 team got shut out by an unranked team, 1993, when Michigan beat a 5th-ranked Ohio State.
Yeah, Matty Berry, you had to bring that one up. Joey appreciated that. Joseph Scott Galloway was the one who was really up in arms about Clemson being ranked so high. That's why Matt gave an assist there in the studio together.
We'll file that argument away. Daniels now wrestled down hard by Moody after picking up about 5 on first down. So now Daniels another opportunity to respond. LSU offense has only put up 235 yards. Rush yards have been sort of hard to come by tonight. 1 electric run, that's it so far for Daniels. Passing has been really a challenge. Oh, short catch, hammered immediately. It's Kyron Lacey, your guy. Grant stood up there. There's a flag there.
But what a play by Brian Branch. They're going to give him the first down.
Flag, it's a first down.
Yeah, that was a clean hit, a great hit, and a good job of somehow holding on to the ball here. I mean, this is tough. You know you're going to get hit. Boom, Lacey, good hands, physical receiver, and holds on to it.
Comes out of the game. That's a good start. This drive. Bama brings some pressure. They pick it up. And Daniels working the sidelines to Neighbors, who comes down with it. What a catch.
Great catch over his former teammate. It somehow gets the
comes down with it. What a catch.
Great catch over his former teammate and somehow gets the foot down in bounds. There's not a lot of room. He's right on the boundary. How about the throw by Jaden Daniels? Up in the air, left foot down, clearly. Bang, bang play and a heck of a throw by the transfer from Arizona State.
All in midfield. Daniels escaped pressure briefly, and he'll fight back. Young got him down for a 2-yard sack.
Keep him in the pocket and squeeze back down. That's what Byron Young's able to do there.
5 sacks now for Bama. A whole bunch of pressures in this quarterback.
What was Jaden Daniels was a true freshman out of Tempe. You and I called a game when he went up against Justin Herbert, the Oregon Ducks, and he was spinning it that night. I think a lot of people realize he's a great runner, but man, he can throw the ball when he has time.
We brought that game up. He was smiling at Herbert's gone on to do pretty well in football, but Daniels that night, deep shot there. They held off Oregon and ruined their playoff chance.
Frank Darby downfield and Brandon Ayuk on that team. It's great receivers. But, yeah, that was a shocker that night. Here he is a few years later, transfers into Baton Rouge, finds himself in a 1-point game against Nick Saban and Alabama with a lot on the line for both teams.
3rd and 5. Bama crowding the line, and they get a flag on the play. Did they jump? It looked like a free play. Now there's another flag in the secondary here. That was a herky-jerky start to the play. Flags all over the place.
A modern version of a hard count here with a snap right there. You see movement right in the middle. It's Latham who jumped.
But Daniels feeling he had a free play, threw it downfield, and there was a flag near the intended receiver.
Well, it was Ricks in coverage where that flag came out against Neighbors. Nick Saban saying, what are we doing here? That ball wasn't catchable. What are you doing?
There are 2 fouls on the play, both on the defense, both fly ball, offside, defense number 83. Pass interference, defense number 7. That penalty will be accepted. 15 yards, previous spot, and automatic first down.
Saban doesn't like it, but it's on Ricks.
Yeah, the pass interference. Is that ball catchable, Bill?
What they're saying is because he got knocked out of bounds, it probably took his path away, and he's going to get the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. Yeah, because I think the average fan looks at that and sees the ball pretty well thrown downfield. Why in the heck? But you're saying he prevented him from getting to his spot.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
8th Bama penalty, moves it to the 30. Emory's back in the game. Off the play action, Daniels steps up, and he'll be sacked for the 2nd time in this drive by Young. Another short loss.
Boy, it is man-to-man. If he doesn't make this play, watch everybody in the back end. Everybody's locked up in man-to-man coverage. I mean, look at this. Look at the space. If he's able to somehow get through that, he might run to the end zone. But a big-time play by the veteran 47 Young, squeezed down for the 2nd time in just a few plays to save a potential score for LSU.
Aaron Young is an interesting guy, very smart guy, big personality, and an excellent edge player.
Yes.
You take it to Emory. Daniels runs sideways into a crease and accelerates and slides. And there's a flag at the end of it as Branch tried to hit him after he gave himself up. It's getting chippy.
It sure is. But he's got the quickness to get outside, and he's got the option to throw this ball. Watch this. Run, pass, run is the option here for him. And he got outside. Everybody's playing man-to-man, so he's able to slide, and then he gets the hit there by Branch when the flag came in.
And once he starts to give himself up, he's supposed to lay off of it.
Yep.
Daniels was so elusive, they didn't even get the contact and didn't get the 15.
And I think that's a great job of picking that flag up because he did go airborne to hit him, but he did a nice job of going over top and avoiding the contact. But how about that run, pass, run option there? Everybody thinks about run, pass option.
How do you defend that, by the way?
Yeah, with these quarterbacks that get on the edge, it's tough, really tough to deal with, especially if you're in man-to-man. Everybody has their back turned to him.
He just glides. His speed is somewhat deceptive. He's so smooth. Off the play fake, Booty catches it right at the line of scrimmage. He's not going to escape the clutches of Jordan Battle. What a sequence here, Kirk. LSU trying for the 2nd time in this half to answer Alabama points and reclaim the lead in position, but the field goal kicking has been anything but automatic for LSU. Damian Ramos has missed a couple of times inside 40.
The other thing is, Daniels, remember we talked early in the year, he was a little hesitant. As the year has gone on, he's been more decisive. There's another example. Get the ball to your hands in a hurry. If you see your man is open, get it to him and give him a chance to fight for some yards. And this drive started at their own 17, under 8 minutes to go.
The third down play. Williams in the game. Vanderbilt's running all the way. The Tide swarm him. They swing it out and drop him for a loss. Jordan Battle along with Jalen Moody, and now it's a 4th and longer.
Yeah, just a good job here. Toto's out here. He gets involved, but it's also these top 2 defenders. They know they have to set this edge. Battle's going to work his way out there. There's Toto. And then eventually Moody cleans it up.
Here is Ramos. He's a walk-on redshirt freshman from Baltimore. He's missed a couple of times this year inside 40. Kelly still has confidence in him. From 32 to retake the lead in the final 7 minutes. No problem. Smooth technique. LSU on top again. 6:52 remaining.
This week is your chance to try any Subway footlong for free. Like the Subway Series menu. Just buy any footlong in the app and get one free. Free monsters, free bosses, any footlong for free. This guy loves a great offer. So let's see some hustle.
You've reached Rachel Fleischman.
Rachel dropped the kids off with me and never came to pick them up.
What if something has happened to him?
This is a story about everything. It's about life and marriage and lifelong friendship.
We just saw Rachel.
What?
You should always wonder, what's the other person's version of things? FX's Fleischman is in Trouble, streaming November 17th, only on Hulu.
Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, like 2 times miles on every purchase.
The noise canceling. You're being too loud. Thank you.
Good choice. My lucky number. Earn 5 times miles on flights.
Enjoy your stay.
Going up? And 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel. Plus, get access to over 1,300 airport lounges.
White wine, please.
And maybe see the one and only Taylor Swift. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged too well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Take a fight to be a full-time fan. There'll be early check-ins and late shifts, good days, bad ones. But you'll never quit because you're in this together. It won't always be easy, but when you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Modelo, brewed for full-time fans, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
People today, they can spend half their lives over 50, which is great, but it's gonna take some planning.
What can you do for me?
So it helps to have a wise friend and fierce defender in your corner. A friend like AARP, to help your money live as long as you do. The money you earn, the money you splurge, I'm going in, and the money you save.
Where you bought that?
I just sold that.
That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
ESPN College Football Primetime is presented by Subway. Try the all-new Subway Series menu. Your pick of 12 irresistible subs.
69-yard drive with 11 plays, almost 6 minutes to reclaim the lead. Brian Kelly.
When we were away, he is upset with the officials. I mean, he's just warming up. I mean, he probably went for a good 2 minutes, Phil. Your reaction was what?
I think the composure by the officials is fantastic. They're giving coaches say, but they're in control of the game. They've been managing this game, and they've done an excellent job so far.
So Bryce Young will take over, trying to engineer another come-from-behind fourth-quarter drive, able to do so on the road in Austin, Texas. There's the Allstate bus. Curtis piloting to Baton Rouge. What's your All-State mayhem moment today?
Well, you got to look back at the Georgia-Tennessee game where early, this is the opening drive, sets the tone, fighting to get to the corner, and he does. He, of course, says, yeah, give me a call. I guess they got his phone number in Knoxville. They were calling him all night. He said, you can give me a call now. The defense was outstanding. Kirby Smart had him ready to play, and all the talk about Tennessee being number one, he ran into a buzzsaw in Athens. Congrats to the Dogs and Kirby and that team, reminding everybody, yeah, we're the defending champs, and yeah, we lost a lot of guys, and yep, we're still really good.
Viburn's kickoff out of bounds sets the tide up at the 35. What about that drive in Austin? And Young was razor sharp. 5 of 7 at 20-yard scramble to set up the game-winning field goal. They do it again in an even more hostile environment. Gibbs takes the pass, scoots for 8. Holly?
Bryce Young won the Heisman last year because he's typically calm in moments like this. You were just talking about it, Chris, and before they took the field right this minute, he had a huge smile on his face. Let's go, boys, clapping his hands. He lives for this moment. He's loving it down here.
Did it in the Iron Bowl, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He does live for these moments.
Yeah.
Crowd will try to make it as tough as humanly possible. It's a first down run to the 45. Gibbs.
Keep in mind, a big factor in this game tonight has been the play of the true freshman, Harold Perkins, who went out of the game. He's now coming back into the game. When Alabama scored, he was on the sideline. So let's keep an eye on his health, see how effective he can be. He's had a big night.
He had a whole picture working up. They're working on the hamstring. He had the oxygen going. See if he can make a play here. Final 6 minutes. Bring a 4-man rush. Protection is good. Young finds Gibbs, who slides for a catch at the LSU 41. First down again.
He got lost in coverage there. Again, that's what Bryce Young can do with his feet. He kind of steered the receiver into that hole. It actually Gibbs into that hole, and looks like he does a good job of securing that for a catch.
Perkins comes out of the game. Gibbs is forced out for a loss in the near sideline.
I tell you, Gibbs for a running back, he has some incredibly instinctive moves when Bryce Young goes into that scramble mode of just trying to find that hole in the zone. He was way out to the right near the sideline. He saw Bryce start to scramble and immediately would do something you'd see from a receiver to kind of work back to the middle of the field.
Empty backfield. They show pressure and bring it. It's picked up. Young launching downfield. Diving attempt by Brooks. Just couldn't come up with it. Garner in coverage.
Garner loves that press coverage, has good length. He's 6'2". Actually, Brooks gets by him, had a chance, unable to convert there. That's a good matchup there into the boundary.
Third and 10.
Move Brooks over to hit left, give a little communication. 3 receivers that way to the field.
Pressure again. Young escapes from now. Still alive. Flings it downfield. As Brooks wide open. And the Tide take the lead. And that is patented Bryce Young magic. How did he get out of there?
Wow, Chris, that's why you're Bryce Young, even though you're not having a great night. Once he starts to scramble, watch this right here. The 2 defenders peek and get their eyes in the backfield. Now they've lost both the receivers. Everybody's watching in the backfield to try to figure out what Bryce Young's going to do. Keeps the play alive. How about that effort to somehow just navigate his way through? And man, Matt House must have told us 5 times this week, he's got to plaster when he scrambles. They've done it for the most part. That time they lost him.
First touchdown pass of the night. Again, they go for 2. Young fires across the middle. That's off the hands of Brooks. So they tried to make it a 6-point game. But the magic of Bryce Young, the top improvising freeform player in the sport, he paid a price early with the pick in the end zone. That time, a piece of magic to Brooks. The lead is 4. 4:44 left.
Hey, Dad. Miss us? Reflect on the past. Celebrate the future. This season with Audi.
Eat, play, eat, play, eat, play. Statement Buster's Eat and Play combo is back. Get an entree and a game card starting at $19.99. Now through November 27th, only at Statement Buster's.
God, there's something on the ship. There's something with us here.
What do we do?
Get to the escape pods. Go now!
Okay, I'm an alien, and I got these claws. I'm climbing the wall now.
If you're making a sci-fi movie, you need to finish the special effects.
That look good?
And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
Uh-oh.
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
Is that going to be a problem?
I'm back home for the holidays, wearing my favorite LL Bean flannel. That's Carol and Jim, and Uncle Fred, and Pam. And this is everything. LL Bean, be an outsider.
But all you got was ham? All you got was turkey.
With gravy.
Listen, all you can eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. But I sit at the wrong table.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you, saving you hundreds, even thousands with Inflation Buster. That's more mini vacations, a lot more lattes, more date nights. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of your home purchase, you get exclusive savings when you refinance with Rate Drop Advantage. That's more cash in your pocket. Save when you buy today and refinance tomorrow. Visit inflationbuster.com to get started.
UFC 281. Fight on ESPNplus.com/PPV.
How much fun is this? Alabama and LSU, the first Saturday in November. We've had 5 lead changes in the second half, so this one back and forth developed into another classic in this great rivalry, and now it's LSU's turn to try to answer.
But you and I were talking at the break. It kind of reminds us going way back. That 2012 Alabama-LSU games, that Mettenberger makes a throw late. Okay, LSU's going to win this game. Improbable. A.J. McCarron, T.J. Yeldon, same end zone. Takes it in for a touchdown, and Alabama is skiing 21-17.
Identical score right now. 21 the hard way for Alabama.
That's right.
But Bryce Young, man, talk about how he just lives for this. The greater natural calm under pressure for this guy. Just despite the toughness for the night, executes. And now Daniels will try to respond, and he's doing his thing on the edge. And he just flips it out of bounds.
A little bit of momentum there. That ball sailed on him. The last drive, they started at their own 17-yard line and moved the ball, hit kind of a mix with some quarterback run, some good throws, hit a big play to Neighbors down the right sideline.
It's just amazing when you see this cutaways. Can he possibly be as calm as he appears to be? 2nd and 10. Making it cut. Allen's about 4 yards there before Jalen Moody got Emory down. Reminder that the control of the SEC West is at stake for the winner of this game. Almost has already beaten Ole Miss. Bama's got Ole Miss coming up, and you can see that chances to reach Atlanta. They win here for Alabama.
Yeah,
pretty strong. Yeah, for LSU as well.
Big third down here. Close to 4 minutes to go.
Using a lot of clock. They had to spend a timeout earlier in the half, so just 2 remaining. Daniels escapes, and he'll make the first down and a lot more. Still running. another cut. And they'll finally wrestle him down, but Alabama feared the quarterback escaping.
Well, watch the middle open up right here. There's nobody to spy, nobody on third down to account, and all in man-to-man coverage. So once he breaks free, he's got room. I talked about it earlier. When you saw Young make the sack, if he were able to break free, he would have had similar ability to take off because of the man-to-man coverage.
Where was the spy in that play?
No spy. No spy.
Wow. Interesting call there, 31-yard gain. Remember, that was on third down to keep possession. Now Daniels looking to throw on first down. To Booty on the edge. Incomplete with a flag. Branch was in coverage. Dragged the receiver down. What a sudden change in the last two plays.
Incredible. That is good against good. And often on these deep balls that are underthrown, after third, defense of the 14. Slot fade, work back to an underthrown ball. Branch never sees the football. Booty's coming back to the ball, and that left arm prevents him from having a chance to get to the football. Branch has had a heck of a night, but not locating the ball there cost him on an underthrown football.
It looks intentional when he prevent the catch. Definitely not as damaging as the play would have been. The ball spotted inside the 25.
He knows he may have to potentially work his magic again.
Crowd gets so quiet when LSU's got the football here. Keeper again, and he's hammered hard after a 3-yard gain.
He kept his footing. He got his left hand down to stop him from going to the ground in the backfield. His feet just came out from underneath him. So instead of a 2-yard loss, it's a 3-yard gain. Every yard matters.
Of course, the field goal won't do it. There's not a lot of clock urgency.
No.
Kelly going really all in on this possession.
He doesn't want to give Bryce Young any time.
That's fair.
To work.
Daniels scanning across the middle, incomplete. Tried to get low to Brian Thomas, and it's 3rd and 7.
You know, he's working to the left in the pocket, and I really feel that instead of being able to get his feet set, that momentum going to the left ends up affecting the accuracy of the ball. Good job of waiting. He comes all the way back, and he's kind of falling to his left as he delivers it, and it ends up going behind Thomas, who had a step or two on the defender.
Now you got a 3rd and 7, Kirk. Depending on the outcome, what they can gain in this play, maybe a 4th down decision for Kelly. If they get stopped here, does he take the 3? They run it. Williams breaks free. No decision to be made yet. It's 1st and goal, LSU. What a clutch run right up the gut.
I mean, that's an incredible run by a former walk-on. Moody, 42, watch it. Right there, he's down. You think you and I are thinking, okay, but it's low center of gravity, 5'9", 200 pounds, and a massive will to get what he needed to get for that first down. I mean, he's 6 yards short, 5 yards short of that marker where he is hit.
Williams has a breather. Embry's in the game on 1st and goal. Daniels lofts to the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Mason Taylor, the freshman! There's Bedlam in Baton Rouge as Daniels answers the magic of his old Pop Warner friendly rival with some of his own. Wow.
And how about the true freshman, Mason Taylor, the son of Jason Taylor, making that play in the corner of the end zone to give the Tigers the lead. And the throw by Jaden Daniels.
His uncle, by the way, is Zach Thomas. That's right, linebacker.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, you got man-to-man battle against Taylor on the inside. Got to beat him, give him a little stem, put that ball into that corner. Let the big man at 6'5" go up and get the ball and secure it with those strong hands.
Bryce Young, your turn next. You got a $147 to work with.
Hit Black Friday deals now at Target. Plus, score more Black Friday deals all month long. Get low prices and great deals so you can holiday your way. Only at Target.
With DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football,
Housewives. Football Housewives.
Whoops.
Get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
On an angsty Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Whoa, Dr. Pepper, zero sugar?
Yeah. Well, for my parents.
Oh, you think you took quarter drink regular Dr. Pepper?
Eric.
I bet you think it tastes good, huh?
Yeah.
I'll be the judge of that. It's delicious. What's wrong with you, bro?
Okay.
I think I was projecting my insecurities on your soda.
Eric, you're oversharing.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Hey, thanks for helping me out.
Of course. You can easily get helpful customer service over the phone or on the Progressive app, pretty much anywhere. Like at the coffee shop, at the park, or on the move. Just kidding. It's another coffee shop.
I'd love to have one of my own someday.
Thanks.
Oh, I was talking about your USAA bumper sticker.
My dad, sir, passed membership down to me. I'll pass it to her.
That's a lucky kid.
USAA, it's for the military community.
Yeah. Are they still at it?
What do you think?
1, 2, down, up.
They just don't stop, do they?
Nope.
What's that noise?
Devontae got a tuba.
We all know it's a problem. No one wants to talk about it.
Yep.
We gotta do something about all those Alabama players now.
It's the elephant in the room.
Exactly, and it's really uncomfortable.
No, literally. The elephant is in the room. You should come home.
There's so much to protect in our lives. That's why Nationwide is on your side.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Yo, my name is Luis, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the different flavors that are hitting your mouth at every millisecond. You get the explosion and the zestiness of the chicken, then that spice just kicks in, and if you add that cilantro lime, perfection.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something.
Come seek the Royal Caribbean.
Fourth lead change here in the fourth quarter. First mission here, keep the kickoff in bounds. The touchback. Here's how Chris Blair made it sound on the radio to folks listening all around the state of Louisiana. That last touchdown.
In the shotgun, along with Emery. Here's the snap. Daniels looking left. Tosses it towards the end zone. Grabbing it. Mason Taylor. Back left corner. Touchdown, Mighty Tigers. Oh!
Imagine all this screaming around this place. Listen to that on the radio. A lot of screaming inside Tiger Stadium. Here we go. It's 75 from the end zone. Reichert's field goal range about 50 to 55. Still got to move it about 50 yards in that position. And the catch made by Latu, and that's a great start to the drive out to the 40.
You keep Perkins as a spy. You take it away from coverage. Great call there by Bill O'Brien. Latu, easy completion to get this drive started. Watch the composure of Bryce Young and with that clock running.
Flushed and throws it away. Perkins was pressuring him again.
Of course. He was spying him. It looks like that's where he's going to be. What I love about when he spies is he closes ground and comes towards Bryce Young. Instead of just trying to prevent him from getting outside, he's going at him. Makes it really tough for Young to be able to take his time in finding a receiver.
Three-man rush. And a low throw caught by Brooks as he goes to the ground. It's going to be 3rd and long.
Yeah, Matt House kind of mixing these looks up and playing some zone. That time he went man-to-man. Guys are on islands. Who can win those one-on-one battles?
Saving his timeouts. And 3rd down, Young converts again. Catch made by Burton. Skips out of bounds at the LSU 43.
Got to get separation, and he does. From Mekhi Garner over here, who I just said, who's going to win the one-on-one battles? Able to get separation right at the top of the route in a well-timed throw, a little bit behind him, but because he got it out early, it gave Burton a chance to adjust and make the catch.
Final minute. Tigers are showing some pressure here pre-snap.
And he sees the same thing you're seeing, Chris. Make an adjustment. See if LSU drops out. They're coming.
Latu couldn't reach that one. Love the pre-snap adjustments back and forth. Who can make that snap decision? Yeah, on either side.
I think he got the matchup that he wanted with the two. Watch his feet. He just looks a little unsettled, uncomfortable. He has the tight end open. He just didn't really get his feet set the way he normally would to make an accurate throw.
Young, another long throw, diving attempt, catch made by JoJo Earl. His first of the night is a huge one at the 28.
The timing here is incredible. He makes this throw, the anticipation, and a night where he's not been in sync with his receivers before Earl came out of his break.
Right back to work. And this one's a throw. JoJo Earl, part of that receiving core. Interesting piece. They thought he might play a big role tonight. He hasn't until that moment.
Yeah, and you go back to that throw, the timing of that, what you couldn't see is when the ball came out. So he threw that well before JoJo Earl came out. And again, not perfect, but when it's early like that, the receiver can locate it, find it, and adjust.
You got that hospital bill for me? For $1,200?
Interesting field goal. Pressure again off his back foot, lofting to the end zone and incomplete. Brooks knocking about 3 cheerleaders down over there.
They've been showing zone pressure. They've not been playing straight up zero. I mean, they brought everybody, no safeties in the middle. Watch the safety gets occupied. I mean, that's zero. Bring one more than they can handle. Who can you get to him before Brooks can win one-on-one against Bernard Converse?
Brings up a point here. Bear was talking about this. Had they just kicked the PAT in the last touchdown, they could potentially be setting a record up for a game-winning field goal attempts. Need 10 to convert on this 3rd down. Play clock running out of time here. At 1, they just get it off. Young steps up, delivers. Catch made, no, incomplete. Knocking the ball loose was Bernard Converse as Brooks tried to clutch it, and it's 4th and 10.
Wow, they tried to get him on a stutter and go. Double move, and he didn't bite on it at all. Yeah, I thought he had it initially, and then you see he locates the ball late. Bernard Converse doesn't give up on the play and helps get that ball with that left hand out of there.
Will Reichert, game winner against Texas on the road. Missed wide right against Tennessee from 50 to potentially put the Tide in front from 46. The tie of the game. And it just gets over the crossbar. They lost the game on a field goal by Tennessee that just cleared. And that one from Reichard, they didn't hit it that cleanly, but he got it enough.
That's clutch, man. That is clutch.
I mean, look at the backswing. That's not exactly how you want to strike it, and that is just enough.
Got over the crossbar. This is beautiful. Look right here. Are you kidding me?
As we've seen in the SEC this year, doesn't matter how pretty the kick is, as long as it gets through the goalpost. Isn't that the truth? 21 seconds to play, and it's looking like another overtime classic between Alabama and LSU. Man, they played a bunch in this series.
Man, what did we do to deserve this? I mean,
endured a lot of lopsided games, brother, all season long.
This is insane.
Well, what a show for these people here. I mean, obviously what's at stake is enormous on both sides. But this has been pure entertainment if you're a neutral looking in here. Alabama with 24 or 15 points here in the fourth quarter. It's been an eventful day for the CFP rankings, brought to you by Allstate. Talked about the troubles of Clemson losing at Notre Dame. Their first loss, they'll plummet out. TCU held on. Georgia figures to jump to number one. You would figure over Ohio State with the win?
Yeah, I would think so. Ohio State, as you mentioned, the struggle.
Michigan was behind at Rutgers for a while.
Yeah, they've had trouble with them for whatever reason, but they're up huge now. We got Alabama and LSU, TCU wins.
Here we go. If you're Brian Kelly,
he's just going to
play a little conservative here.
Yeah, he just looks like he's already going to take a knee and head to overtime. The crowd's not feeling that.
Well, it's a sensible decision, I think. What a fourth quarter. Incredible. 4 lead changes, and then Alabama with the field goal to force overtime. Take a deep breath. A whole lot at stake. Another magic night in the Bayou here. Back with OT after these messages.
Hey, man, is that the original hoodie? Yeah, that's nice. We invented that. And his. Nice catch. And hers. And theirs. Even yours. Champion invented the hoodie. But you make it your own.
Freezing cold. Blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
This year, we're helping our customers save for the 1.7 million things that matter most to them. Just another reason why we're all better off with an ally.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things.
But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
Shop and buy online with Jeep eShop. And now during the Jeep Black Friday sales event, get 1,000 bonus cash allowance plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee. It's a beautiful time to
Knicks, Nets, and Lakers Clippers. Wednesday on ESPN.
Back for the coin toss. Second one tonight. And Williamson will flip it in the air, and we'll see who's going to go on defense first. That's always the call if you win the toss, of course. LSU won the toss, and Bryce Young and Alabama will be on offense, and he pointed the direction away from the students. Let's take a deep breath after all the excitement of the last few hours here. Of course, the rules have changed in recent years. Should this thing extend beyond the first overtime period, we got to go for two after a touchdown start with the second OT, and then after that, it's just a 2-point conversion contest, of course. Can you stand it if it comes down to that?
When does that start? After which
The third overtime.
Third overtime, okay. I think, was it Penn State, Illinois that went back and forth?
I think there were something like 9 failed 2-point tries in a row.
Just kept going and going and going.
Will Reichard with that clutch field goal to force this OT. Comes the kicking career scoring leader. 387 points. Surpassing Lee Tiffin, who was a clutch kicker for the Tide. So now, Bryce Young right back to work. Bill O'Brien thinking, what's my best stuff here?
This is like two boxers going out in the last round kind of thing. The wear and tear on these bodies physically, emotionally. Who can
more of the defenses, you think?
Yeah. Oh, man. And it's not to mention how physical a battle this thing's been.
Gibbs stacked up and knocked down after a 2-yard gain.
Ironically, they both coming off of a bye week. How do you handle that bye week? You have 2 weeks to try to get ready, not just with the preparation, but staying in shape, game shape off of a bye week. And now here you are in overtime in a slugfest. Loves Latu, the tight end in this area, and he's always a threat to scramble and get the ball to Gibbs out of the backfield.
Young sidesteps traffic, motor right on cue. Kirk, it's a first down. He's at the 11. The escapability, the improv skills.
Yeah, they play man-to-man, so this is much like what we've seen with Daniels on the other side. Where's the spy this time? They don't have it. See the pressure to the far right? That's the freshman, Perkins, so there's no one there. Everybody has their back turned, and Bryce Young has the same ability to escape as his buddy from Little League, Jake Daniels, on the other side. No one to spy him, he had room.
Make a great point. The wear and tear in these defenses trying to chase down quarterbacks in OT. A serious challenge. Gibbs on the check down, muscle down, and about the 6-button Boucher.
The two guys that they're, of course, wanting to make sure they give special attention to is Gibbs out of the backfield, the big tight end, the 2, because of his matchup concern at 6'5", 245, has great hands and athletic ability. He's tough for a backer or a safety. The time Gibbs slips out, gets some really good yards there.
One little more drama. The wind has brought in some mist in the bayou here. Cool mist.
Behind the line. Replay's buzzing right now. They're going to reverse this call.
Careful, Coach. It was incomplete anyway, so it's worth 4th down.
Coach Saban right there.
McKinstry went into him, and Nick shows some quick, so the headset didn't fare as well as the coach.
No, but he's got his game.
Works that time.
Boy, he watched Brooks the whole time coming on the blitz. Watch him.
Have played so far tonight. That's the area, of course, where he spends his focus, practice.
You and I had them the next game after the Tennessee debacle for that secondary, and boy, did they look a lot better when they played against Mississippi State. Of course, they're reviewing whether or not he was across. the line of scrimmage. Bill feels like he had maybe that right foot still behind the line, but that secondary really performed, I think, to their standard. The last time out, they had the bye week, he had help.
Young for the end zone, incomplete flag.
Any offense.
It's a matter of where the ball is going to be placed for the punt. The pass was complete, so it's 4th down.
He held on to him. Really, I think, struggled in coverage the whole time. Remember, he's a freshman, redshirt freshman.
Kelly claiming the ball was tipped at the line.
Defense number 15. Kelly will place the ball at the 2-yard line. 1 minute first down.
They have a case here about the ball being deflected.
Makai Wingo, 92, if he did tip it. But see, look at that. I mean, he's holding on to him the whole time. Entire time in coverage.
There was no tip.
But if he, I think Brian Kelly's pretty adamant about checking out this. Look at, well, he's been working these officials all night.
We're comparing him to a feisty former baseball manager.
Let's see, it's at 92. See if he gets it. Oh boy, I mean, does he? Bill, what do you got here?
They're going to review it. It's a tip pass. The tip pass is going to take off the interference.
You think that is a tip?
I have a tip pass on this one.
It's amazing, Bill. How do you see that?
I'm not sure he did. Let's back that up.
Yeah,
if it is, it's a fingertip.
Come on.
Ruling on the field was a pass interference against the defense. Ruling that the pass was not tipped. Previous plays under review.
A tip pass is a tip pass.
Of course, but here's a good look at it, Bill.
I mean, the ball rotation doesn't get affected.
Come on, Bill.
You saw a fingertip there?
You said it like it's a given. I'm like, what are you talking about?
They're going to review it. We have one view that shows the ball being tipped by a finger.
So you
right? That would be the view you're talking about, right? Are you positive you can see that tipped? And that's the difference between first and goal.
He said it like, what are you talking? Why are you asking me about this? Well, I'm glad I'm not in that booth making this call.
Hey, they've had their work tonight. Not only have the officials on the field done a job, but that replay booth, they've been busy and they've been on the money.
There was the weird call where it was a fumble by Latu, but then it was ruled that he touched the ball with a fingertip. Well, he was out of bounds, and that gave Bama possession back earlier.
If we go back, if this ends up being tipped and they reverse this, it's going to be 4th and 4.
Yep.
Not 4th and goal, 4th and 4 at the 6-yard line.
I mean, you see what you want to see. The LSU fans are convinced they're showing into the Jumbotron that was touched.
And of course, I have Bama fans texting me saying, what are you talking about? What ball wasn't tipped? So you're right. Which lens are you looking at?
If it was touched by a fingertip, it wasn't enough to change the spin of the trajectory of the ball.
But that's not the rule.
So no tipping of the ball. The interference call will set Alabama up at the 2, first and goal.
I couldn't see it personally, but everybody.
I didn't think it was enough evidence that he definitely touched it because the ball didn't change trajectory at all.
But the emotion on the field with these head coaches, you just saw Nick Saban up and down the sideline, fired up. Now we got Brian Kelly. I think you and I saw it the same way.
Of course, it comes down to a replay where the tip of his glove touched the pigskin. Here we go. Fresh set of downs, 2 yards away from taking the lead in the top of the first. Six-0 lineman in for Bama. Gibbs is the back. Gibbs has it, but doesn't get there. Stop at the 1, second down.
And they're slanting, angling that way. Gibbs runs hard for a guy that's so fleet-footed, 5'11", 200 pounds. He has an ability to get behind his pads, lower his shoulder, but a good job there for that LSU front.
All those days on a squat rack trying to build leg strength. And then, of course, there's just the will.
Oh, yeah.
get the job done. Wardell Williams, the power back, is in. It's Williams' turn. And he's knocked down short of the goal line by Ochalari, third down.
Ochalari holding on to that edge of that defense. Does a good job of getting off his block. And then he's just able, with his power, 250 pounds, boom, right there. I mean, he makes that hit. Williams goes straight back, straight down and backwards. But they're inside the 1 yard line now. Here we go.
Wardell Williams puts Alabama on top with his second touchdown tonight. Junior from Hueytown, Alabama.
Off the block here by the right guard, Ekiyor. Watch this right here. You get pressure potentially here, some penetration. Nope. Take him away. Gives your back a chance to get to that next level, to accelerate through contact. But a heck of a block there by the big man at right guard, the fifth-year senior, Ekiyor.
Of course, it took 7 plays and a penalty to grind down the 25 yards and take the lead here. BAT makes the margin 7. Have a look at Ekiyor. We talked about the war in the pit extending beyond regulations tonight.
So I'm right here. He knows he just made a pivotal block late in this game. Continue to tip our caps to what these teams are enduring tonight. It's a heavyweight. This is a not only going into overtime, but the emotion. I mean, the game's gone back and forth, and sometimes the emotions of a game can wear you down as much as just the physicality of it.
And most people doubted this LSU team even qualified as a heavyweight in the same class as Alabama coming in. Big underdogs. A team that was reeling after getting blasted by Tennessee. Battled back with 2 wins coming from behind to make this one relevant. And then consistently answering the challenge from Alabama tonight. Now they have to do it one more time.
And then on top of all of that, you throw what's at stake for both of these teams. What it means for both of these teams. That's why they're giving it everything they have. Keep their hopes alive.
What did Jaden Daniels do? Will his legs play a part in this OT as Young's did? Keeper escapes, makes it cut. Daniels in space. He'll score! Everybody who plays and comes up and says after, dude, you're way faster than I thought you were. Alabama will be the latest team to say that.
That's what an answer.
Look out, he's going for the win right now. Kelly says, forget kicking the PAT here and playing for double OT. We're going for 2 and the dub and control of the SEC West. What an enormous call.
Alabama's going to call a timeout, I'm sure, to try to get everybody on the same page. How about the aggressive approach by Brian Kelly here?
Aggressive, one way to put it. Wow.
Yeah. Timeout in Alabama here.
I think Kelly charged him too to call him on this side. Another look at this touchdown run.
Yeah, it's a zone read right here. So he's trying to figure out if he's going to collapse down or stay wide. He decides to pull it. But what's impressive are the blocks. 1, 2, and eventually 3. The running back that gets downfield, Williams. Look at these guys trying to help out and making blocks. Look to the right. Are you kidding me? These receivers blocking like that? And so Daniels is fast, but Taylor, the freshman, makes a heck of a block along with the receivers downfield.
And how about this call here? I mean, Alabama had 12 guys on the field that are not totally prepared for what Kelly was apparently deciding to do. I'm telling you, it's cojones. Can you say go for the win right here?
must have thought, hey, if they score and we score, we're going for 2. I like it. It shows you believe in your players. You're seeing more and more of this in the NFL. Players respond to it. Brian Dable's doing that with the Giants. After all this, it comes down to one play to win.
NFL doesn't have the same significance in the regular season as college football, though. 3 plays for the win.
Alabama sees the personnel, is able to have time to adjust and get their bigger defensive linemen in.
Bama's got to get a stop or their playoff hopes are over.
Wow.
They still had an extra guy in the field, barely get him off. Daniels for the win. Caught! It's good! LSU does it! Mason Taylor! He was playing high school football a year ago. Taylor with a touchdown and the clinching 2-point conversion and a field rush for the ages. And a night they'll never forget in Baton Rouge.
Brian Kelly, aggressive, and it pays off. Shows the trust that he has in his quarterback, Jaden Daniels. As you take a look at Bryce Young, who fought valiantly on a night that wasn't necessarily his best night with his receivers, but it comes down to Brian Kelly's call with Jaden Daniels.
And on cue, a huge fog has rolled in the Tiger Stadium. We'll see if the fog is through on the field. Holly with Brian Kelly, there's a lot to ask him.
Coach Kelly, how do you decide to go for the win in that moment?
It just felt like the right time. Our guys,
Wow.
They played so hard, and bit emotional. I just love the way our guys competed, and I didn't want to keep going in overtime. It just felt like it was the right time to try to win the game.
You make a great play call there. What was in your mind when you made that play call?
Wanted to get 5 on the edge. He's, you put him on the edge, good things are going to happen. Made a great decision. The 2 freshmen played so great today. Taylor made 2 big plays for us. I'm so proud of all players. And this crowd, unbelievable. They made such a difference today. Amazing.
Coach, I see the tears welling up in your eyes. That is not your personality. Why does this matter so much?
It's just to come here and restore the pride and tradition of this program just means so much. And I've been welcomed down here, and it just feels so good to return the faith and trust that they've given to me.
How does this build the trust moving forward, getting a big win like this?
Yeah, so now we got to make sure that it doesn't affect our preparation for Arkansas. We're going to enjoy this for 24 hours and get back to work and play a really good Arkansas team.
Thank you, Coach Kelly.
Thanks, Holly. Appreciate it.
Jaden, I've got you right here. Maybe the biggest run of your young life. Tell me what you did on that first zone play in overtime.
The coach called the play. I knew I had to make a play. My teammates did a great job blocking. I give all credit to God, putting me in this position. I can't be more blessed. Great block by Josh Williams, free me up. We won the game from that.
What went through your mind when Coach decided to go for it and try to win this game and not hide? What did you think when you got the play call signaled in?
Man, I wanted Coach to go for it. I just showed the trust he has in me. Game on the line, he knows I'm always step up, make a play. So I'm very appreciative of Coach for that.
It wasn't just this play, this overtime. You had to have another winning drive. 5 minutes left to play in this game. How did you have the composure down the stretch?
Yeah, that's just me. Always being cool, calm, collective. And I give all thanks to God. Putting me in positions like this. I'm blessed. I wouldn't change it for the world.
The fans of Brooklyn Field, people are losing their mind here. What does this win do for you and your football team to build confidence in what Coach Kelly's building? building.
Right, Coach Kelly knows what he's talking about, building the confidence. We got more games to go. We're going to celebrate this one.
Thank you, Jaden.
Thank you. Both guys
My goodness, man.
Like
My goodness, what a hell of a matchup that was, man. Shout out to the fam. Man, wow, man. I mean, absolutely amazing. Shout out to the Tuff Tiger Talk Nation. Big Q in the building. Whew, man, a diverse day of sports. LSU Pelicans, man, bouncing back and forth. But listen, LSU today had priority number one in my mind, man. This was a huge matchup in Death Valley against a hated rival. Old man Nick Saban comes dragging himself into the Death Valley looking for a win. Tigers ranked 6th in the nation. Tied at 6. Tigers ranked 10th nationally. Before the game, and LSU guts it out, and with every punch that the Crimson Tide was able to throw at LSU was able to meet them. Back and forth, the intensity of the defense, everything. But really what was big was Jaden Daniels, man. Jaden Daniels continues to show, wow, LSU is just rising up the charts, man. And really, I thought this would be like a 2-year build as the 2023 class comes in to help lift this team up to another level. But the Jaden Daniels acquisition by Coach Kelly, those two have obviously gotten on the same page. Keyshawn Butte is on the same page. The running game has arrived. The offensive line has done a pretty decent job over the last several matchups. And the defense has came alive. And all this despite the fact that we missing our best interior defensive lineman in Mason Smith. My goodness. What a big gutsy win by LSU, taking down the Tide. And this is astronomical. This is big for the Tigers and Brian Kelly. And this phrase comes to mind after he beat them. In my mind was, I came to LSU to beat Nick Saban. Well, he did it this year in this game, and this was huge. A lot of people probably anticipate them doing that. But my goodness, man, shout out to the Tigers, the Fighting Tigers, because they earned every damn yard out there on the field. Shout out to the fam. All right, so with that being said, man, let's go over the team statistics in this LSU. First downs, Alabama 25-22, 5 out of 12 on the third down for LSU versus 6 of 16 by the Tide. They were 2 of 2 on the fourth down, and 465 yards of offense for the Tide versus 367 by LSU. Yeah, and you can look at the rushing statistics. 185 rushing yards by LSU against the Tide, who had 137. LSU 34 attempts, averaging 5.4 yards per carry. They really leaned a lot on that, on the rushing game in there. And it was a pretty balanced plan, 32 attempts passing versus 34 rushing attempts, pretty balanced by LSU. And of course, you look at the Tide, 137 on 30 attempts with 4.6 yards per rush. The penalties, big. Alabama had almost 10 penalties in this one, 9 penalties for 92 yards, 7 for 64 by LSU. They had the turnover, which was the interception early on that was converted into a touchdown for LSU. The time of possession, 31-58 versus 27-41. You get individual in this piece. And notice that, man, Jaden Daniels is everything. Why? And another question is this. Why isn't Jaden Daniels listed on any Heisman potentials? Why isn't he on the Heisman watch list? Bryce Young is there. We know Bryce is a good young quarterback, but why isn't Jaden Daniels on that goddamn list? They need to start talking about that this time. He was 22 of 32 for 182, averaging almost 6 yards per throw, 2 touchdowns passing in the game. And guess what? Jaden Daniels was the top running back as well. 18 scrambles, so he did 182 through the air with 2 touchdowns, and he had 18 scrambles for 95 yards, averaged 5.3 yards per run, and had a touchdown there. So he was responsible for 3 touchdowns today for Alabama, for the LSU Tigers. Josh Williams got on his horse today and was handling the business. Good to see some of LSU other runners get involved. Josh Williams was running his ass off. He had several key blocks in the matchup, 7 carries for 54 yards. When it went to him, it bared fruit, almost 8 yards per rush for Josh Williams. He had a touchdown. And John Emery Jr. got going too on plays. He had 5 rushes for 26 yards. He averaged over 5 yards per rush. So the LSU rushing attack really came in handy to keep things balanced. Receivers, Kayshon Boutte came alive. He had 7 catches for 51 yards in the matchup. And like I said, if LSU's going to thrive, they need Jaden Daniels, who's already playing on a high level, the running attack to help out, and Kayshon Boutte, which is their best wide receiver, to step up and get involved. And they got him involved in this game. Also, Malik Neighbors had several key catches in the matchup, 6 catches for 49 yards. He averaged over 8 yards per catch. And a big day by Mason Taylor, 3 huge catches. Two of the 3 was very huge in the matchup. 36 yards. He had the touchdown grab by young Mason Taylor, son of you know who, former Miami defensive end Jason Taylor. And he showed up in this one, man. Had a big game for them, 3 for 36 in the score. And had he did his thing out there. And if you look at the defense, man, LSU's defense, man, they were breaming all. They just was the pressure. Shout out to defensive coordinator Matt House of the Fighting Tigers, man. He had a really good game plan that kind of flustered Bryce Young, and he flustered them throughout the first half. And then Young ultimately was able to try to make several plays in the game. And the one where he scrambled around and found the guy up the field for a touchdown, that was amazing. And it just shows how really good that kid is. But listen, in this one, 51 attempts trying to throw the ball, 25 completions for 328, 6.4 on the throw, a touchdown in the pick that went for it. That was converted into a touchdown. Jeremy Gibbs, 15 scrambles for 99 yards or carries for 99 yards. He averaged 6.6, but nobody else really stinking like that. McClellan had 4 for 17 in the rushing attack. And it just came down to the last team with the ball, man, and gutsy move. And shout out to Brian Kelly. That you won't talk about a ballsy move, man. When 21 seconds, I think it was left in the fourth quarter, I'm sitting up here looking like, why didn't you try to at least get up the field, make a play, maybe get in field goal range, end it that way? But what he did was he kneeled on it. Alabama got it. They went up and scored. LSU got it. They went up and scored. And then he did one of the gutsiest plays or calls of the season when he said, listen, we going for it. We're going to go on. We're going to go for this thing, and we're going to take this and kick this team up out of here. We're going to show and see if they really want it. And LSU went up in there, and they got that 2-point conversion, man, to end the game. So you talking about heart and soul, how these teams played, man. I just this was a really solid win by the Tigers. Ja'Cory Brooks was their top catcher, 7 catches for 97 yards and a touchdown, 8 catches for Gibbs for 64 yards in the matchup. So 32-31, this is big. Number 10th ranked Tigers knock off the 6th ranked Alabama Crimson Tide. That should propel the Tigers up into possibly, I'm looking anywhere between 7 to 5 with the jumbling of the rankings. We know that Tennessee lost to Georgia today. And of course, we know Clemson lost too. Clemson lost, or I think they were losing, but I think they lost as well. So, and then of course, Ohio State didn't have a big win against Northwestern. I think it was 21-7. So tomorrow we'll see. Well, actually Sunday night, I think Monday or whenever they release the rankings, we'll see them situated. But we'll probably see LSU, I'm thinking, could get as high as 5, but anywhere between 5 and 7, I'm thinking. So, man, listen, what a hell of a performance by them Tigers, man. Shout out to the fam, man. This is great. And Kevin, you're right, man. The recruiting class coming next year is going to be fire too, man. And listen, this was an impressive win, man. We stopped the nemesis. We stunned Alabama and go for it. A ballsy call to get Nick Saban out of here. And all I can hear ringing in my head when they were lining up for that was against Nick Saban, was what Coach Kelly was saying is, I came here to beat Nick Saban. That's what he was saying. I came here to beat him, and he beat him. This could possibly potentially put Alabama's championship aspirations in jeopardy, losing this late in the season to the Tigers. So this does put LSU in the driver's seats, family. It really does. It puts them in the driver's seat. in the NFC, in the SEC West. If you take a look at the standings, and there you go, the East and the West, Georgia is 6-0 after knocking off Tennessee. That was their top team right there, and that probably been what they were worried about. But with the win there, it drops Alabama to 7-2. Ole Miss, and I think it does eliminate them from a national championship calling, because they dropped to 7-2 in conference. 4-2 in conference, 7-2 overall, and Ole Miss slides just up ahead of them, 8-1, as you can see right there to your right. And the LSU's beating Ole Miss and Alabama, so we're in the driver's seat, man. And I know we got a lot of people out there in the Tiger Nation really surprised by this, man. Shout out to the Tigers, man. This was wonderful, man. This is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I don't know what to say. This was a terrific night of college football for LSU. They handled the business. They conquer and knock off Alabama this year, and more than likely that probably is that's gonna kibosh any championship aspirations. So that's a double gut punch for the Crimson Tide for them to lose this matchup. And of course, LSU also beat Ole Miss very handily 2 weeks ago. So man, and I don't want to oversell our team, but really the team moving forward, they have gotten a lot better. The offensive line looked kind of rickety at first, but they found themselves. You can see they ingratiated to the scheme. You can see our running game has arrived with Williams and others coming along, and really the offensive weapons of Mason Taylor and Keyshawn Butte, Malik Neighbors and Thomas, and rest of these guys are all coming online. So, and just at the right time, as certain clubs seem to be falling to the wayside, but really tonight wasn't about Bryce Young as they were beefing them up. It was Jaden Daniels. So if there's any sense of fairness in the Heisman Trophy consideration, Jaden Daniels should be on that list. He should be on that list, how he's played. He's been absolutely amazing for LSU this season. A lot of what has happened and a lot of the successes behind Jaden Daniels is how he's been playing. I mean, seriously, it's how he's been playing. Look at his numbers, family, on the year. 18-12 is what he has there. He has 12 touchdowns and against 1 interception and a rating of almost 80%. That's 5th in the nation, 15th in the nation. So he has some solid statistics here, man. And really, that's just his passing stats. If you look at his rushing stats, it's even more impressive, to be honest with you, what he's been doing with his arm and with his feet. Now, tonight, he's responsible for 3 touchdowns to help aid in the win. So, man, all I see, man, is LSU is online and they looking really good. The secondary did a really fantastic job. And another little sticking point to Alabama, who's seen Eli Ricks out there getting toasted and giving up penalties and shit. So we stuck it to him too on the day. So Eli Ricks did what Eli Ricks did when he was here, make a bunch of damn mistakes, and it helped us out in several key moments in the matchup. So, and we just had more heart than them, man. Alabama thought they was going to roll in here and walk out with a win. And LSU says, nah, partner, it's prime time. You don't know who we are. We're going to play hard, and every punch you throw, we're going to match you. And that's exactly what they did. So congratulations to our Tigers, man, as we keep it moving forward. Let's take a look, family, before we dart out. Let's take a look at the top 25 today, as LSU is definitely going to be probably the biggest, I guess they're going to call it a shocker, that LSU beat Alabama, even though LSU was ranked 10th and Alabama was 6th. I guess we didn't have much of a chance against their beloved Alabama club. Sorry for them. And of course, let's take a look at some of these other things here. As the USC, 9th-ranked USC is handling, beating California 13-7 right now. UCLA 14-10 in the first over Arizona State. The North Carolina State team was 22nd in the nation against the 21st ranked Wake Forest. They got that dub 30-21. You can see Georgia knocking off the number 1 ranked Tennessee Volunteers 27-13 in Athens. That was a real tough game for Tennessee, man. They got all the smoke. Ohio State barely beat Northwestern 21-7. Clemson got knocked off by Notre Dame 35-14. That's probably a big shocker right there. That Notre Dame beat Clemson, man, in the matchup. Michigan blew out Rutgers 52-17. TCU 34-24 over Texas Tech. Oregon led by Bo Nix. How about Bo Nix, man? 49-10 over Colorado, their bad team. Number 24th ranked Texas beat 13th ranked Kansas State 34-17. Utah over Arizona 45-20. Penn State blast Indiana 45-14. Michigan gets the win over 16th ranked Illinois 23-15. North Carolina beats the Virginia squad, the Cavaliers, 31-28. Oklahoma State loses to Kansas 37-16. And how about them Green Wave, man? The Green Wave gets their 5th straight win. They take down Tulsa 27-13, and they're top ranked there. And of course, the next team they play next week will be the USF team. That more than likely will be for the conference's championship. Well, it'll set it up as such, and look like they're going to end up winning that thing if they keep doing this. Syracuse lost to Pittsburgh 19-9. Syracuse is 20th ranked. In Memphis, they fall to UCF 35-28, who's 25th ranked, and that'll be the matchup Tulane has next week against Central Florida. So that'll be something to watch out for. So that's the top 25, man. And as you know, LSU, man, is has made a statement win with Brian Kelly here, man. I'm loving what we're doing as we take down the Crimson Tide 32-31. So with that being said, fam, I'm going to dart out on that. I appreciate you guys joining me for the post-game episode of the Tuff Tiger Talk watch stream, man. What a fantastic win. Awesome win by LSU as they shocked the nation, man, in a big fashion, man, and well earned, man. It was a really solid matchup. So with that being said, I'm gonna pop out on that. Much love to the fam. Please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and share Tuff Tiger Talk on your social media feed. With that, I'm out. Go Tigers.